Welcome to KCSE Predictor Questions in Mathematics 2020-2021. I'm going to give the predictions in paper 1 of KCSE 2020-2021. I want to start by explaining that the advice I usually give my learner is that in mathematics, when you are given a paper, you start with section B. And first of all, when you are given a paper, just go through the paper, read those questions in section B, choose the best 5 for you, and then start doing them for 1 hour. After 1 hour, in case you haven't finished the questions, stop where the 1 hour ends so that you go back to section A. In section A, do not concentrate so much on the question that you are not understanding. Do the question that you are familiar with and you are able to do as fast as you can. Then as you finish, you go back to finish the question that you left in section B, so that after you are done, you come now back to struggle with the questions that you did not understand well in section A as time ends. So from there, if you do that, you are able to score the best in section B and scoop good marks in section A. Now, in this paper predictor, I want to start with section A. Question number 1, without using a calculator or mathematical table, evaluate 36 minus 8 times minus 4 minus 15 divided by minus 3 all over 3 times negative 3 plus negative 8 into bracket 6 minus negative 2, close the bracket. So in this question, this is a kind of question where we use what we call body mass. This is a kind of question where we use what we call body mass. We use body mass. Now, what you do, I've said we use here in such questions, we use body mass. Body mass. Body mass, and you understand body mass stands for? Body mass stands for bracket of division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction. So, in our numerator, when you look at the numerator, we work with the numerator. We start with now the multiplication of division. So we start the division. It's negative 15 divided by negative 3. This gives you negative 15 divided by negative 3. It gives you positive 5. So we shall have, and then a multiplication, that is negative 8 times negative 4 gives you positive 36. So we shall have 36, we shall have 36, then plus, because this gives you positive 32. So plus 32 plus 32 plus 32 plus 5. This one it gives you positive 5 all over. In the numerator, we have the bracket, so you deal with the bracket first. So this 6 minus 2, it gives you positive 8. So we shall have 8. So we shall have 3 times negative 3. This gives you negative 9. Because the multiplication will be the next. So we shall have negative 9 plus, we shall have negative 8. We have negative 8 times positive of 8 times positive of 8 times 8. So this gives you, if you add the 36 plus 32 plus 5 gives you 73. It gives you 73 all over negative 9 plus, this gives you negative 64. Negative 9 plus negative 64, it is negative 73. Negative 73. So 73 divided by negative 73, it gives you negative 1. It gives you -1. So that is how you do such a question. Use body mass. This is very simple to score 3 marks. It's a very simple to score 3 marks. It is as simple as that. You get your 3 marks as simple as that. Then question number 2. Question number 2. Question number 2, we are talking about. No, you're given such a question that the attendance. If you are given such a question that the attendance at a party consisted. The attendance at the party consisted of 35 men, a number of women, and some children. The number of women was 1.5 times that of children present. First of all, you interpret this statement that the number of women were 1.5 that of children present. So if we say children were, if we write children to be children, if we write children to be X. If we write children to be X, if we write the number of children to be X, meaning that women were 1.5 is the same as 3/2. Women were 3/2 times that of children, which is times X. Those were the number of women. And then if there were a total of 65 participants, calculate the number of children. So all of them were 65, and we know men are 35. Men are 35. Men were 35. Men were 35. Men were 35. So that means if we add all of this, gives you 65. It implies that X plus 3/2x, 3/2x, then plus 35, this must give you 65. So if we put like terms together, this and this, 3/2 plus 1, 3/2 plus 1 gives you 5/2. So this 5/2x, 5/2x plus 35 this equals to 65. This equals to 65. So what you do, if I take this to the right hand side, I take this to this other side, so I will remain with 5/2x, 5/2x to be equal to 65 minus 35. 65 minus 35. So 5/2x equals to 30. 5/2x equals to 30. 5/2x equals to 30. So to get x, we times the reciprocal of this. So the reciprocal of this is 2/5. So x equals to 30 times equals to 30 times, that is the reciprocal of this, times, or 30 divided by 5/2, which is times the reciprocal of that, times 2/5, or 5. Remember, 5 comes here 6 times, 5 ones, 5 here 6, so 6 times 2 is 12. So the number of children were 12. Number of children were 12. Children were 12. Number of children were 12. So that is how you want to do that question. That's how you want to do that question. Let us do another question. Number 3, we simplify. Number 3, we are supposed to simplify the expression given. Number 3, we simplify the expression given. Now number 3, we ask you to simplify. Simplify 2y squared minus 3xy minus 2x squared over 4y squared minus x squared. Remember, this one is a difference of 2 squared. This is a difference of 2 squared. Remember difference of 2 squared when we said that a squared in form 2 minus b squared equals, that's the numerator, denominator I mean, equals to a plus b brackets a minus b brackets a minus b. So this same concept you can use when you see here, this has a square root and this one has a square root, and there is a minus. That's the difference of 2 squares. So you can use that concept of difference of 2 squares to solve this one. And the numerator you can factorize. If I factorize, I can find the product here. That is the numerator. For the numerator, we have product is 2 times negative 2 is negative 4, and the sum is you pick this one as the sum, which is negative. You pick b as the sum, the value of b as the sum as negative 3. So negative 3 is there. You think of the factors, 2 factors that if I had 2 numbers that if I add them, I get negative 3, and if I multiply, I get negative 4. If I think of negative 4 and 1, because negative 4 plus 1 gives you negative 3, negative 4 times this gives you negative 4. So those are the factors. So I'll go there and now substitute these factors in the xy. In the xy, I substitute with this. So I rewrite this as what? I write it as I will rewrite the equation as 2y squared minus, now instead of this we replace with these factors, that's minus 4xy, then plus xy, because this is positive, plus xy, then minus, what is there, 2x squared minus 2x squared minus 2x squared all over. This one I said we can write it in this form, difference of 2 squares. So the square root of this is 4y, is 2y. So we shall have 2y. This square root is x, so it is plus x if I use that concept, brackets, the same 2y minus x, 2y minus x. You cross your brackets. Now you deal with the numerator again. The numerator, if I deal with the numerator here, you factor them out. The 2, you take them, the first 2 and the second, the next 2. So the first 2, a common factor here is 2 and y. 2 is common. 2 can come to 4. Y and y is also common. So 2y is common. So we have 2y into brackets. 2y can come here and 2 cancels. Y comes here y times. So we shall have y minus 2 comes to 4 2 times. Y cancels, so we remain with x. With x, then plus You think of a common factor is here is just x, there is no another. So common factor there is x into x cancels, you remain with y, minus x will come here, x remains 2x, so minus 2x. In simple terms, you realize that what is in the bracket must be similar. All over this one will still write the same way it is. That is 2y plus x you cross the bracket, 2y minus x, 2y minus x, you cross the bracket. So that now these 2y plus the outside ones, we put them together, so we shall have, this will be equal to 2y plus x if we deal with the outside one, 2y plus x, 2y plus x, 2y plus 2y plus x, you cross the bracket, into y minus 2x into y, you pick 1. Now y minus 2x, there are 2, you pick 1, y minus 2x, you cross that bracket, then all over 2y plus x, 2y plus x, you cross the bracket, into 2y minus x into 2y minus x, you cross the bracket. Then you see these and these are common. If they are common, they can cancel out. And if they cancel out, so we remain with, which is equal to, we remain with y minus 2x, y minus 2x all over 2y minus x all over 2 all over 2y all over 2y all over 2y all over 2y minus x all over 2y minus x all over 2y minus x all over 2y minus x. So this is the simplified form of the equation. So that is how we simplify such a question. When you find something of this kind, that means you factor out first. That is by finding the product and the sum, then you factor out, factorization. And when you look at this, if this has a square root and this has a square root and there is a minus, you think of difference of two squares, then you are able now to finish. You are able to finish. So that is how you do it. Then let us go to our question number 4. We do our question number 4. Now our question number 4 talks about we need to look at question number 4, what it is talking about. Question number 4. In our question number 4, you realize that this is the question. The average lap time for three athletes in a long distance race is 36 seconds. This is what this person goes in one lap is 36 seconds. He takes that 6 seconds in one lap. The second one takes 40 seconds, and the last one takes 48 seconds respectively. If they all start this race at the same time and a point, find the number of times the fastest runner will have overlapped the slowest runner at the time they all cross the starting point at the same time again. Now you realize that this is the fastest, second fastest, and this is the slowest. Now we need to find the time they will take to cross at the same time, the same point again. For them to cross the starting point at the same time, we need to find the time they will take to cross again at the same time. So what we do, we find the LCM of the three, and for us to find the LCM, we use this division method. I know you know this. Right now the number here is 36. The first one is 36. The second number is 40. And the other number is 48. Now what I do, you know how to find the LCM. We start with 2. 2 can come here 18 times, 20 times, and 24 times. 2 can also come here 9 times. 2 is 10 times, and the 2 here is 12 times. 2 can also come here 2 can't come to 9, so we retain the 9. 2 can come here 5, 2 can come here 6, and then because 2 can come here, so we also talk about 2. We don't stop until the end. 2 cannot come to 9, so we retain the 9. 2 cannot come to 5, we retain it. And 2 comes to 6 3 times. Now we continue. Now 2 cannot go in a number here, so we think of 3. 3 can go to 3, of course, and 9. So 3 comes here 3 times. 3 comes here, we doesn't, so we retain the 5. 3 comes here 1 times. 3 can also go to 3. So 3 comes to 3 1. 3 cannot go here, we retain, and then cannot also go here. But 5, now we finish with 5. 5 1 1 1. Then we are done. For the LCM, you must finish until you have 1 1. But if we were talking about the GCD were to look for a number that divides all of them. So we were to stop at this point. The moment you reached here, you were to stop here. So the GCD could be 4. GCD could be 4, 2 times 2. Now the LCM will be equal to 1 2 3 4. 2 power 4, 2 4 times 2 power 4 times 3 twice times 3 squared, then times 5. You do that. Remember, we're talking about seconds. You do all that, you find the time they took for them to meet again. That's to start to cross the meeting point, the start point again together, is 720 seconds. You will find them to be 720 seconds. So if you find them to be 720 seconds, that is seconds, 720 seconds. So that is the time they'll take to meet the cane. Now, the fastest runner shall have taken how many laps? Fast runner, we talk about the fast runner, the fastest runner. Fastest runner. The fast runner we shall have taken how many laps? It is now 720. 720 divided by 36 that he takes for one lap, divided by 36. You find that he shall have gone 20 times around the field. He shall have gone 20 times. 20 times. He shall have moved 20 times. He shall have moved 20 times. 20 times. And the slowest shall have moved slower, or slowest, not slower, slowest. The slowest shall have moved. Slowest will take how many laps? Slowest will take 720 all over. The slowest is the one who takes 48 seconds, all over 48. All over 48. This gives you, if you divide by 48, you'll get it to be 15 times. You shall have moved 15 times. And the question is, find the number of times the fastest runner will have overlapped. So he shall have overlapped 20 minus this 5 times. He shall overlap this 5 times. So we subtract the 2, subtract to get 5 times. That is the number of times you will overlap. Number of times you will overlap. So that is how you want to do it. You want to do it that way. You want to do it this way. So you find the LCM, then you find the fastest and the slowest. You subtract the 2 to get the number of times. You will overlap. The fastest will overlap the slowest. You find the number of times the fastest will overlap the slowest. So that is what you do. Question number, we shall move to question number 5. We move to question number 5 and see what you are supposed to do. We can move to question number 5 and see what you are supposed to do. In question number 5, now we are asked to form a quadratic equation whose roots are these. Are x equals to -5 over 3 and x equals to 1 in the form ax squared plus bx plus c equals to 0, where a, b and c are integers. So what you do, remember these are quadratic equations, and the quadratic equations, remember we usually say that a plus b, that is x equals to, or in simple terms, a plus b, we usually say that a plus b into brackets a, for instance, no, it is x, not a. We usually say that x plus b x plus b into x plus a or whatever into brackets x even minus a, let's talk of a minus a equals to 0. So from here we separate and say that x plus b equals to 0 or x minus a equals to 0. So that means if we use the same concept, you can now go backwards. So we want to go backwards because we shall say x plus b into x minus a equals to 0, whereby we separate and say that x plus b equals to 0 or x minus a equals to 0. So we separate them. Then we can go back again, we combine. So that means if we combine, we say x plus b into x minus a equals to 0. So that is the same concept I want us to use to solve this. So if we use that same concept, we are able now to do this question. So in this question, we'll now bring this back. We bring this back here so that we remain with a 0 on the right hand side. It will be x. If we bring this back, that is the left hand side, because it's a minus, it will be plus 5 all over 3 equals to 0, or we did this, we bring this back. If we bring that back, it will be or x minus 1 equals to 0. So that now we combine this and this, we equalize to 0 to make it one equation. So it will be x plus 5 all over 3, we close that bracket, x minus 1, close the bracket, equals to 0. Because we separate, we'll say this equals to 0 or this equals to 0. Now after having that, you expand. So if I expand, I use this into all that. We use the first one into the second one. So I start with x into the rule of the second is x minus 1. You close that bracket. Then here is an addition. So plus 5 over 3. That is for the first one. 5 all over 3 into the second one. Into brackets. X minus 1, I cross the bracket, or this equals to 0, or that equals to 0. Now what I do, I now expand this. I open the brackets. If I open the brackets, then I will have x times x gives you x squared. I will have x squared. X times negative 1, it would be minus x. Then plus 5 over 3 times x gives you 5 over 3x. Over 3x. 5 over 3 times negative 1 gives you minus 5 over 3. So it is minus 5 over 3. All this equals to 0. Now I put the right terms together. I have minus x plus 5 over 3. x is the same as 5 over 3 minus x. 5 over 3 minus x. 5 over 3x minus x, which is 5 over 3 minus 1. When we talk about 5 over 3 minus 1, it gives you 2 over 3x. So we shall have x squared plus, because that becomes positive, plus 2 over 3 3x, negative x plus 5 over 3 is 2 over 3, then minus 5 over 3, then minus 5 over 3 equals to 0, minus 5 over 3 equals to 0. Remember, the question was giving you the format, the form they want you to give the answer. So if you fail to give the answer in the form they have given you, you will not score. You will not score the answer mark. Now what you do here, if I multiply by 3 all through, I shall have got the format I'm given. So I will equalize this to 3. If I multiply by 3, it gives 3x squared. Remember, I've multiplied by 3 and 3 cancels. It remains with plus 2x. Then you multiply by 3 is minus 5. You multiply by 3, it gives you 0. And this is exactly the format I'm asked to write my answer. This is exactly the format I'm asked to write my answer. This is the format I'm asked to write my answer. Ax squared plus bx. Ax squared plus bx plus c equals to 0. Plus c equals to 0. So this is the format I'm asked. So if I get it in the format I'm asked to do, then I'm done with the question. I move to the next question of this is under what we call indices. You need to understand the topic indices for you to solve that question number 6. Indices, you need to understand the topic indices for you to solve that question number 6. Question number 6 is on indices. Now, what you do, in such a scenario, you need to understand indices. Indices, how to write in index form. Now, the question is, if 2 into power of x plus y equals to 16 and 4 into power of 2x minus y equals to a quarter. Now what you do, you write this in index form both sides, and this both sides in index form. So this one in index form is 2 the way it is, 2 into power of x, 2 into power of x, 2 into power of x, x plus y, equals to, I write this into base of 2, so 16 can be base of 2 to power of 4. 2 power of 4 is 16, 2 power of 4 is 16. And also this other side, we can say and. This other side we write this in base of 2, this we can write in base of 2. Or first of all, and I can first of all write the 4 into 2, 4 into power of 2, 4 into power of 2x, minus y. I can write this in 4 base, 4 power of negative 1, because we know 1 over a is a power of negative 1. So if I use the same, this base of 2 can be what? Can be 2 squared, 2 into 2 brackets, We have 2x minus y. 2x minus y. 2x minus y. Or is equals to 2 squared. 2 squared times negative 2 times negative 1 is negative 2. Power of negative 2. So from here, that means I can have two equations. These bases are the same, meaning the powers are equal, meaning that x plus y equals to 4, and also and we open this, gives you 4x minus 2y equals to the power, which is negative 2. So I have two equations in this case. I need to solve the two equations simultaneously. So I'll have x plus y x plus y equals to 4. I can rewrite the other equation, that is 4x minus 2y equals to negative 2. Now I need that to multiply that. If I multiply this, if I multiply the upper equation with 4, so that I net x, I multiply with 4, and on the lower I also multiply with the coefficient of the first one, which is 1. So if I multiply all this, it will give me what? This will give me 4 times x, it gives me 4x. That is the coefficient here was 1, I multiplied the whole of the second equation, and the coefficient of x was 4, I multiplied the whole of the first equation, which gives you 4 times this 4x plus 4y plus 4 times y, it is 4y plus 4y, then 4 times 4, 16, which is equal to 16. Then the second one is 1 times all this, it remains the way it is, because 1 times a is whatever is that number. So 1 times 10 is 10, all that. So all this remains, so it will remain as 4x minus 2y equals to minus 2. Now if I subtract, I will get, I'll get this will become 0. 4y minus 2. Remember this 4 minus 2, minus becomes positive, so it becomes 6y positive. And this 16 minus 16 minus, this was 2 and not 3. This was 2. That was 2. This was 2. That was 2. So minus is equal to 16 minus becomes 18. So meaning that if I talk about 6y equals to 18, I divide by 6, y equals to 18 over 6, which is equal to 3. Over 6, which is equal to 3. So I substitute in the first equation. If I substitute in the first equation y as 3, then it means that x plus 3 now gives you 4. So meaning that x equals to 4 minus 3, which is equal to 1. So meaning that I was asked to find the values of x and y, meaning that x equals to 1 and y equals to 3. Equals to 3, y equals to 3. Y equals to 3. So that is how you want to do that question. Now we go and do question number 7. Given that cos of A is equals to 5 over 2 over 15 and angle A is acute, find the tan of this. So what you do in such a question, you draw a right angled triangle, so that you use now SOHCAHTOA, and then for cosine we say it is ka, that is adjacent of hypotenuse. So we have the adjacent to A and the hypotenuse to A. Adjacent to A is 5 and hypotenuse to A is 15. So from there we use Pythagoras. Theorem to find the other side, that's the opposite of A, to find the opposite of A that we don't have. Then after doing that, we are now able, we'll be able to solve the rest of the question. Now, you are told that I've said what you do, you draw a right angled triangle. This is your A. Ka is adjacent to A is 5, because if this is your 90 here. And the hypotenuse ka, adjacent of hypotenuse, the hypotenuse is 15. Then meaning the opposite to A, you find, remember 90 minus A will be here, because this is 90. To get this A is 90 minus A. 90 minus A is here. 90 minus A. That's the angle. That's the angle 90 minus A. So if this 15 and this 5, to get this we subtract 15 squared minus 5 squared squared. 15 squared minus 5 squared squared. So 15 squared minus 5 squared square root, you will find it as 14.14. 14.14. Pythagoras theorem, we say to get this one is this squared minus this squared is square root. So if you find, you get 14.14, meaning that we find the tan of this TOA. When we talk about tan is TOA, meaning tan theta equals 2. So tan of A, we have been asked about this, tan of A. The opposite to this is this, and the adjacent to this is this. So tan of 90 minus a, 90 minus a, tan of 90 minus a will be equal to, opposite to 90 minus a is 5 all over, adjacent to 90 minus a is 14.14. So this is what you ask it. That's what they want you to find. That's what they want you to find. So the point here, we must show this one as what? If I call this one as A, so my A, I was supposed to show this A as what? As the square root of, I was supposed to show it as the square root, of 15 squared minus 5 squared, which gives you 14.14. So you are supposed to show this one because this will carry a mark. The two marks will be this one and this one. So that is how you solve such a question. So the first step was to make this, then the second step was to calculate this side. You get it, then from there you show the tan is that. So that is how you were supposed to solve it. Then we go to our question number 8. We go to our question number 8. Question number 8. We do our question number 8. Now, question number 8. We move to question number 8. That we use mathematical table to find. Remember, this is a very tricky question. If you are asked to use a mathematical table, do not use a calculator. Do not use a calculator. Because if you use a calculator, then you confuse yourself. If you are asked that use a mathematical table to find the square of this, you need to read the square of this from the table. So the square of this, you look at 6.8, you look at 9. 6.8, when you look at 9, you will find it to be 47. 6.8, you look at the 9, you will find it to be 47.47. Now, after finding that, you go further the other side, you look at 7, and then you read there, you'll find 10. So if you find it there and you add the 2, but 10 must be at the decimal part. You add while 10 is at the decimal part, so it becomes 47.57. 47.57. Do not use a calculator, because for a calculator you don't show this, but for this one, you are reading, so you must show the 10. I must see the 10 so that I know you used a mathematical table. If you haven't used a mathematical table, how easily know? So you use a mathematical table to find the reciprocal. For the reciprocal, this is the same as saying 1 all over 28.74. That is a number that is more than 9. You write it in standard form. So the standard form will be equal to, is the same as 1 all over 2.874 times 10 raised to power, you moved 1 to the left is positive 1, raised to power positive of 1. So that's the standard form. Now this is the same as, remember, for the 10 raised to power, the reciprocal of this is positive, is now negative. It's 10 negative 1, which is the same as 1 over 10. So that means I'll have to rewrite that 1 over 10, that is the reciprocal of 10 positive 1 is 1 over 10, or 10 power negative 1. So whatever I will get as the reciprocal of this, I read this from the table, the reciprocal of 2.874. So I look at the 2.8 and at 7, 2.8 at 7, I'll find 2.8 at 7, 2.8 at 7, I'll find what we call 0.3484. I'll find 0.3484. So if you find that using the table, then you look at 4 at the end. You look at the column of 4, then you read. Remember, you at 2.8. 2.8 in that line at the end, at the column of 4 at the top. You read, you'll find it to be 5. If you find the 5 here, remember at the top is written subtraction. This was addition for squares, and this is the only one with subtraction. So it is subtracting. So you subtract the 2, you subtract this one, you get at 0. Remember, this is 0.0005. So do not subtract using a calculator direct at 0.3484 minus 5. If you do that, you get a wrong answer. But if you do 0.3484 minus 0.0005, then you get the same answer as 0.3479. 0.3479. So when you get this one, you multiply this with 1 over 10. If I multiply with 1 over 10, this one with 1 over 10, so this is the same as 1 over 10. I multiply with 0.3479, 0.3479. So this gives you, which is equal to, that is, you are only looking for 1 mark. It's only that you follow a good procedure to get 0.034, 0.034, 0.3479. So that is the reciprocal. Then you are told, hence calculate to 4 significant figures the value of this squared, that is the square. Remember, this squared is the same as the square of this minus this. So that means you bring this one, you minus this one direct. This is equal to, hence, when you are asking the term hence, so that means use the values that you have got. So we shall use 47.57, 47.57, I minus 0.03479. If I subtract the 2, you will get the answer as you subtract the 2, you will get the answer as 47.53, 47. If you subtract it for 10.53, 5, 521. But the answer was 4 significant figures. This is significant. So you count 1, 2, 3, 4. This changes this to be 4. So it becomes 47.54. 47.5 is 47.54 to 4 significant figures. 47.54. So that is how you are supposed to do such a question. That is how you are supposed to do such a question. It looks simple, but the moment you use a calculator instead of showing by using a mathematical table, instead of using a mathematical table and then you show this, if you use a calculator, somebody will easily notice that you have used a calculator and then you miss that mark. Because you've been told to use a table and not a calculator. There is no need of using a calculator if you have been told to use a mathematical table. If you have been told to use a mathematical table, let us just use the table like we have been told. Unless there was no condition, but in this case there is a condition of a mathematical table and not another thing but a mathematical table. So question number 9. We move to question number 9. The graph below shows frequency densities for the masses of some 200 for the masses of frequency densities for the masses of the graph below shows frequencies for frequency density for masses of 200 students selected from a class. Use it to answer the question that follows. 200 students. So meaning the frequency sum of frequency is 200. Sum of frequency is 200. That is what it means. Then use it to answer the question that follows. Now we use this graph. We use the graph that we have to answer the questions that follow. Now we complete the frequency distribution table. Remember, this is frequency density and this is 0.5. There is a 0.5 here. Now what to do? We use we know that to get frequency density equals to frequency all over class width. Class width, I usually use I to mean class width. This is class width. All over class width. Class width. Class width. Class width. So, and then meaning to get the frequency, it is class width times frequency density. Class width times frequency density. To get the class width here, this is the upper limit and this is the lower limit. Because here you started with for the first class you start with the lower limit and then everything is the upper limits of the other classes. So the lower limit of the first class and this is the upper limit of the first class, you subtract to get the class width here. If you subtract this minus this, you find it as 10. These are the i's. So 10, if you subtract this and this, you get 5. If you subtract this and this, you get 65.5 minus 55.5, you get 10. You subtract this and this, you get 5. This and this you subtract, you get 10. So those are the class width. Remember, we usually use frequency density as the y-axis for a histogram if the class widths are not constant, if the class widths are not uniform. That is, like now they are not uniform. That's why frequency density was used. So for us to get the frequencies, we multiply frequency density times these class widths. But first of all, we need to know the classes. What were the classes? This was the lower limit. The lower limit, remember, the error here was 0.5. So that means the least unit was 1. The least unit was 1 to give 1 divided by 2 to get absolute error 0.5. That was subtracted for the lower limit and added in the upper limit. So to get what the classes were, remember this 0.5 was subtracted from a certain number to get 40.5. So 41 minus 0.5, that is when you got 40.5. So this was 41. The class was 41, 2. The upper of this was added. So it was 50. It was added to get 50.5 to 50. Now this becomes the lower limit of the next class. This was the lower limit, so it was subtracted. It was 51. 51, 2. This is the upper, 55.5, meaning the upper was 55, so that it was added 0.5 to 55. Then now this becomes the row of the next class, so it was subtracted, so meaning the class was 56. It was 56. The starting of the next class was 56. 2. Remember, this is 65.5. It is the upper, so it was 65. Now this becomes the lower. It was subtracted to be this one, so that means it was 66. This was added to get 70.5, so it was 70. Then this one becomes now the lower. The lower, it was subtracted, so that means it was 71. This was added to get 80.5, so that means it was 80. Now frequency densities. Frequency density, to get the frequency, now it is class width times frequency density. So frequency density is 2 times 10 gives you 20. Next, class width here is 14. This is the highest. The highest is 14. Then times 14 times 5 gives you 70. Gives you 70. And this one is 5. This one is 5 times 5 times 10 gives you 50. And this one is this is 10. This one is 10 times 5 gives you 50. This one, the last one, this is what? This is 1. 1 times 10 gives you 10. If you add the frequencies, they are supposed to give you 200, because we were told there were 200 students. So this is this and this is 100, 100. This is 90 plus this is also 100. So this is 200. This is correct. So this is how the table. This is the table. This is how you are supposed to get the table. Then from here you can be asking the model class. Model class is the class with the highest frequency. Class with the highest frequency, the most repeated class, is 51 to 55. And then the model frequency. Remember, model class is that. Model frequency is 70. Model frequency is 70. So that is how you are supposed to answer such a questions. The question looks simple, but it needs you to remember this formula: frequency density equals to frequency over class width, for you to be able to solve it. And for you to be able to do it correctly, you must remember all these things. You must remember all these things that I have done for you to be able to do it correctly. Now I move. Remember, the model frequency I've stated is 70. The model frequency I've said is 70. The model stated model frequency I've said it is 70. It was 70. Model frequency 70. So that is the model frequency 70. So I move to question number 10. Question number 10, that is under an enlargement. Under an enlargement with scale factor of -3, the point P is mapped on to P1 that is a P prime, this. Find the center of the enlargement, hence the image of point this under the same enlargement. So we let the center on, let center O to be xy. We let center O to be x, y. That is the coordinate of center O. If I let the center O to be xy, then you need to know that from the center you need to know that from the center to the image, equals to the center equals to the scale factor equals to scale factor, that is scale factor equals to scale factor times center to object. And in this case we use the factors. Remember, we use factors. So that you need to know this formula, that center to the image vector equals to scale factor times center to object vector. So, and we know how to find those factors when we are dealing with coordinates, the position factors. So that is the idea you are supposed to use here, for you to find the center and then use the center to find the other. So what we do, we use again the same formula to find the other one. So what we do here, we have let the center to be xy. So meaning this minus this gives you, remember we say this minus this gives you that factor, this minus this, and this we know is 718. So you can write 718 minus 718 in factor form. If you minus xy, so it will be still minus x minus y equals to the scale factor. Scale factor is -3 into brackets. This is the object, and the object is 3636 minus the center, which is xy, minus x minus y. So that means this one will be equal to whatever you get the upper. So it implies that 7 minus x, 7 minus x will be equal to -3 times that gives you -9. -9 minus, now it will become plus, because this is negative times negative plus 3x. We put the right terms together. If I bring the 9 here and the x this other side, 9 will be added. 7 plus 9 will gives you 16. So 16 will be equal to, if I take this, the other side will be added to be 4x. So if I divide by 4, so that means x equals to 16 divided by 4. X equals to 16 divided by 4, which is equal to 4. I use the same for the lower. It will be 18 minus y. 18 minus y equals 2. This times this gives you negative 18 minus 18 minus 18, then plus this, and this gives you plus 3y. Plus 3y. So from there, I put like terms together, I bring 18 here, it will be added. It will be 18 plus 18 gives you 36. So 36 will be equal to, I bring this other side will be added to be 4y. I divide by 4, so that means y equals to 36. Equals to 36 divided by 4, which gives you 9. So meaning that the center would be equal to xy, which is 4, 9. Now I use the same procedure now, hence the image of this. So I use the same formula so that I'm able now to find under the same enlargement. So I use the same formula so that I'm able to find the image, if this is the object. The image now, I let the image. If I let the image, let me use a different. If I let Q image to be, let me use M and N. If I use M and N to be Q image, so that means if I use the same formula that O to Q image, so that means Q image is this. So this one minus the center, and the center I know is 4, 9. So this one minus the center, that is M and N, minus the center, which is 4, 9, minus 4 minus 9. All these will be equal to the same factor, which is negative 3, because we have been told is under the same enlargement, minus 3 into, now to get this factor, it is Q, which is 1, 1. Our Q is 1, 1 minus the center, which is 4, 9. 4 minus 9. So that means, so this means that m minus 4 equals to m minus 4. Remember, this is negative 3. 1 minus 4 is negative 3. Negative 3, it becomes positive 9. So m minus 4 equals to 9. So I take this other side, so that means m equals to 13. Because I take this will be added. I take this other side. So that m equals to 13. Then I use the lower, it will be n minus 9. N minus 9 equals to, this is 1 minus 9 is negative 8. Negative 8 times negative 3 is 24 positive, equals to 24 positive. So I take negative 9 this other side, so that n now becomes 24 plus 9, which is equal to 33. So if that is your n, so that means Q image, remember I was looking for Q image. Q image is 13, because it's MN, is 1333. That is the coordinate of the image. That is the coordinate of the image Q. So that is how you are supposed to do such a question. If you are asked such a question, that is the procedure. Now, after doing that, we go to question number 11. Question number 11. We go to question number 11. We do question number 11. We do question number 11. Question number 11. We find all the integral values that is satisfies the following inequalities. That is question number 11. That we find all the inequalities, integral values that satisfies an inequality. Integral values that satisfies a given inequality. So, like now we have this inequality that we need to find all the integral values. Find all the integral values that satisfies. Find all the integral values that satisfies. Find all integral values of x which satisfy the inequality this. Now what you do, we divide this. This, you do these two, and then you also do these two. The first two, this and this. The first part, you do it, let me do it using this 5x. It implies that we do 5 minus 3x is less or equal to x minus 7. X minus 7. Now what I usually advise is that the first one, this, you ensure it is a number that is on the left hand side. So I ensure that the number is on the left side and the x becomes on the right hand side. So the number now will be 5. I bring 7 this other side, it will be 5. 5 plus 7. 5 plus 7. 5 plus 7 is less or equal to. Now I bring this to the other side, equal to x plus 3x. Now this becomes 4x and this becomes 12, because this is 12, so it becomes 12 is less or equal to 4x. 4x. Now I divide by 4. I divide by 4 so that to get x, I divide by 4. I divide by 4. Remember, this 4 will cancel. I remain with the x. I mean, not x, but 4. 4, that one gives you 12 divided by 4 is 3. 3 is less or equal to x. Let it remain that way. Then the other part, remember you solve them in two parts. The other part I can use now this and this one. So I'll say, now I'll ensure now the other part, this other part, the x is on the right side. The x, and I mean the x will be on the left side, opposite, on the left side, so that the number becomes on the right side. So it is x minus 7 is just less than 11 minus 2x. Now what we do, I've said the x now comes this side and the number goes the other side. So it will be x, you bring this, will be plus 2x. Now it is just less 11. I bring 7 this other side, it becomes plus 7. So 3x, it is less than 18. So divide by 3, this 3 and this 3 cancels, we remain with x is less than 6. Now when it is this way, you just combine this and this the way they are. You combine them the way they are, and therefore 3 dots means therefore we shall have 3 is less or equal to the way it is x. Because this is x and this x is here, just with less 6. So the integral values, 3 is less or equal to. So the integral values are integrals. The integral are what? The integrals will be now 3 is inclusive because 3 is less or equal to. So 3 is there. That is x equals to. Those are the integrals. 3 is there. 4 is there. 5 is there. Because 3 is inclusive. Then remember x is less than 6. It's not equal to 6. So it is either 3, 4 or 5. Those are the integral values. 3, 4, 5. Answer the questions like you're asking. These are the integral values that satisfies the equation 3, 4, 5. That satisfies the inequality. So that is how we solve. Such. Now let us do question number 12. Question number 12 that question number 12, it's all about properties of a circle. In the figure below, ABCD is a cyclic quadrilateral. Angle DAC, angle ACB, and angle CBE are 35. So you start with angle DAC. DAC is 35. Then angle ACB, angle ACB is 60. degrees. Good. And then you are also told that angle CBE, this angle, the outside angle, is 95. So this tells you that you can easily find angles. We are asked to find. We are asked to find which angle. Determine the size of angle DAB. DAB yote. This whole angle here. So what you do in this case, you first of all need to find this angle here. So if I find this angle here, I can easily find this angle here. So I add the two. I add this and this. Remember, to get this angle on a straight line add up to 180. So angle CBA angle CBA equals to 180 minus 95, and that gives you 85. That gives you 85, which is equal to 85 in brackets. You must give the reason in brackets. Angles on a straight line, angles on a straight line. You see the angles on a straight line. Angles on a straight line. Then after giving that reason, you have this 85. So that means you can get this angle as 85 plus 60 minus from subtracted from 180 to get this angle. Angle B, angle B or CAB, angle CAB, angle CAB. If I get angle CAB equals to 180 equals to 180 minus 60 plus 85, 60 plus 85 so this gives you 180 minus, this is 145, 180 minus 145, that gives you 35 degrees, 35 degrees. Then you give reason and say these are angles, sum angle of a triangle. We call them sum angle of a triangle. The reason you give is sum angles of a triangle. Those are some angles of a triangle. So after knowing that this is 35 also, so that means you can easily get this DAB to be equal to 35 plus 35, which is equal to 70 degrees, equals to 70 degrees. And that is what you are asked to do. Now we move to the next question. Question number 13. We move to the next question, that is question number 13. The next question, that is question number 13, and do it as asked. Now question number 13, we are asked to question question number 13. Determine the equation of the curve whose gradient. Determine the equation of the curve whose gradient at end point is given by this. So if we know the gradient, meaning that dy out over dx, it means that dy over dx equals to, we have dy over dx as 2x, dy all over dx, we have it as 2x plus minus 1. So if you are asked the equation, remember we are going the reverse, so we integrate, so meaning that to get y, which is the equation, we integrate 2x, minus 1 with respect to x, that is dx. If we integrate that one, so that means y equals to, if we integrate this one, becomes 2x squared over 2x. Remember the powers, we add 1 and then we divide by what we get. That is how we integrate. So it becomes 2, the power here is 1, 1 plus 1 becomes 2, 2x squared. The power you get, the new power, you divide by there, then we minus. This one means x had a power of 0. So x power of 0, now it is added. If we add, now becomes 0 plus 1, it is x power 1 over 1, which remains x, so it is minus x. Then we add a constant c plus constant c plus a constant c. So that is how we integrate. So that is the y. Then we need, given x as given x what? Given, we are given that a point t, meaning x is 1 and y is 5. Given x to be equal to 1, y equaling to 5, we can find c. Y equaling to 5, we can now find c. So meaning that I substitute here, I can say, remember this becomes y equals to x squared. If 2 and 2 cancel, 2 and 2 cancel, so it means that x squared minus x plus c. So I substitute with y with 5, so that means 5 equals 2. 5 equals 2. X is 1, so it is 1 squared minus 1 plus c. So 1 squared minus 1, 1 minus 1 is 0, so c equals to 5. So meaning the equation becomes y equals to x squared minus x squared minus x, then plus 5. And this is what we are asked. This is what we are asked, that we find equation of the curve. So that is the equation of the curve. So in this case, you are supposed to integrate. So that is how we find the equation of the curve. As long as you are given the point, you are able to find the arbitrary constant c, then rewrite the equation with the arbitrary constant c substituted. So that is how we find equation of that curve. Now we move to number 14. Question number 14 is saying that a straight line whose equation is 4y plus 3x. A straight line whose equation is 4y plus 3x equals to 12 is perpendicular to line QR and cuts the x and y axis at P. So meaning x axis is cut at P and the y axis is cut at Q. Determine the equation QR and acute angle alpha to 1 decimal place, which line QR makes with the x-axis. Line QR makes with x-axis. So first of all, we need to find the equation of QR. And for us to find the equation of QR, remember this equation is the one that cuts at point Q and R, cuts point QR at x-axis and y-axis. So we need to find the gradient of this equation, because the gradient of this equation and the gradient of QR, we used perpendicular property to find the gradient of QR. So we find the gradient of the equation is the equation that. So what we do, we find that is 4y, we write in the form y equals to mx plus c, 4y plus 3y plus 3x equals to 12. We rearrange this in the form y equals to mx plus c, so it becomes that 4y equals to mx with x to the other right hand side, it becomes minus 3x plus 12 plus 12. So when we add 12, we divide by 4 or through, so that means y equals to minus 3 over 4 minus 3 over 4, then plus 12 over 4 is 3 plus 3, 12 over 4 is 3, so it is plus 3. So if we add 3, this is the equation, that there is an x here. So from here, the gradient is what? So m1 equals to negative 3 out of 4. And we know m1 times m2 equals to negative 1. So that means if I want to find m2, I times the reciprocal of this. So m2 equals to negative 1 times the reciprocal of this equals to, so my m2 equals to negative 1 times the reciprocal, which is 4 over negative 3, 4 over negative 3. So this gives you 4 over 3. Negative and negative will cancel to get positive 4 all over 3. Positive 4 over 3 is my m2. So for QR, the gradient of QR is 4 over 3. Now remember, I need to find one point in either Q or R. So if I decide to find a point either Q or R, because I know at point Q, if I use Q, I say at Q we know that is perpendicular to, and this line cuts QR and cuts the x and the y axis at P and Q. So Q is at the y axis. Q is at the y axis. So at the y axis we know x is 0. At Q, x is what? We know x is 0. So if I substitute x being 0 here in this equation, I substitute x being 0 here. So that means 4y equals to 12 and y 4y, implying that 4y is what? 4y equals to 12, from this equation. From this equation, x is 0 because at q is in the y-axis, and the y-axis x is 0. So at y-axis x is 0, so I substitute x with 0, it becomes 0. So it is 4y plus 0, it is 4y equals to 12. 4y equals to 12, so y equals to 3. And x is 0, so the coordinate is 0, that is q coordinate is 0, 0 and 3. So if I have 1 point, I'm now able to find the equation. If I have 1 point, I'm able to find the equation because the gradient is 4, 3. So it implies that 4 over 3 equals 2. I take another point xy, so it is y minus 3 all over x minus 0. I cross multiply 3 into y minus 3, so it becomes 3y. 3y minus 9 equals to 4x. I can take 9 the other side to be 3y equals to 4x plus 9. 4x plus 9. So that is the equation of QR. Then I'm asked to find the angle alpha. We know that angle alpha is the tan inverse equals to tan, because we know that gradient equals to tan theta. So tan of alpha equals to gradient, which is 4 over 3. Tan alpha equals to, we say that tan, the angle it makes with the tan alpha equals to 4 all over 3, meaning that alpha equals to it means that alpha is tan inverse of 4 over 3. You press this in your calculator, you'll find alpha to be equal to tan inverse of 4 over 3 gives you 53.13. 53.13 degrees. That is the angle the line QR makes with the x-axis. The angle the line QR makes with the x-axis is the tan inverse of that gradient of this QR equation, of the gradient of the QR equation. Now, after you've understood this, we move to question number 15. Question number 15. It is about commercial arithmetics 1, that's the Form 1 topic, whereby you are asked to do the exchange of currencies. That is, the question is a Kenyan tourist. It is a Kenyan tourist. Now we are supposed to do this question. A Kenyan tourist left Germany. He left Germany to Switzerland. A Kenyan tourist left Germany for Kenya through Switzerland. While in Switzerland, he bought a watch worth 52 Deutsche Marks. Use the exchange rate below. That is 1 Swiss franc equals to 1.28 Deutsche Mark. and 1 Swiss francs equals to 45.21 Kenyan shillings. Find the value of the watch in Swiss francs and in Kenyan shillings. Now we are told that this once equals to this, so I'm asked to find the value of this into Swiss. So what I do, if one whatever Swiss, one Swiss, if 1 Swiss equals to 1.28, 1.228 Deutsche equals to 1.28 Deutsche. What about 52? So 52 will be equal to what? It will be equal to 52. It will be equal to 52 divided by 1.28 Swiss, which is equal to, this gives you, when you divide, it gives you 40.625 Swiss. It gives you 40.625 Swiss, 40.625 Swiss. $40.625 Swiss. So this is what we are asked to do. Then in Kenyan shillings, that money in terms of Kenyan shillings. Now in terms of Kenyan shillings, we know that 1 Swiss equals to 45.21 Kenyan shillings. 1 Swiss equals to 45 point. Now we argue from there. We say that 1 Swiss, the second one we are given, 1 Swiss equals to 45.21 Kenyan shillings. What about 40.62 Swiss? 40.625 Swiss will be what? It will be equal to this times that. You multiply 40.6 40.625 times 45.21. So this gives you Kenyan shillings. This gives you Kenyan shillings 1,836. You multiply using your calculator, you get 1,836. Point 626. So that is the amount in Kenyan shillings. The amount in Kenyan shillings. So that is how we do the exchange. What matters is the kind of question. There is that buying and selling of currencies. You must understand that the bank usually the bank does what we call the buying and selling. So the bank does the buying and selling of currencies. It does the buying and selling of currencies. Then I need now to do the last question in section A. That is, I solve for x in the following regular polygon. These are irregular polygon. Now what you do in this question, first of all, because you are given the interior angles, what you do, you find the sum of interior angles. We know sum of interior angles. Sum of interior angles, we know that the sum of interior angles equals to 90 into brackets 2n minus 4. Or somebody can easily say it is 1/8n minus 360, or in simple terms, whichever you do. Now, what to do? How many sides do we have? N. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 sides. So the sum will be equal to 90 times 6 times 2 is 12. 12 times 12 minus 4 is 8. So it's times 8, which gives you 720 degrees. If that's the sum, so that means I add all of this and equalize to 720. If I add it, will be 120 plus 5x minus 6 plus 4x plus 14 plus 7x plus 8x minus 8 plus 8x minus 8 then plus 6x all this will be equal to 720 degrees. When you put like terms together, first of all I deal with the x's. It is 5x plus 4x, which gives you 9x. 9x plus 7x gives you 16x. 16x plus 8x, and then plus 6x, it gives you the excess becomes 30x. It gives you 30x. So we get 30x. Then we shall have 120. Then I have this is 6. 120 degrees. This is 6, negative 6 plus 14. You get 8 positive. 8 positive minus 8, you get 0. So we shall remain with 120. So it is plus 120 equals to 720. So 30x equals to 720 minus 120. So 30x equals to 600. So if I divide by 30, also divide by 30 here, it means that x equals 2, you cancel this, and this comes here 20 times x equals to 20. It means x equals to 20 degrees. So that is how you got to find the value of x. And then you are done with section A. You are done with the section A, so that we do now section B. Section B, you are supposed to pick 5 questions. Pick the best questions as per your understanding. So the first thing I said is that you go through the questions in section B, and you are supposed to start with section B so that you are good to go. So the first thing, like I've said, is that you first of all read through the questions so that you pick the question to do. But for me, I'm going to do all of them for you. I'm going to do all of them for you. Question number 17. The volume of 2 similar solid cylinders are 4,096 centimeters cubed and 1,728 centimeters cubed. If the curved surface area of the smaller one is 112 centimeters square, find the height of the larger cylinder if the radius is 7 centimeters. So what you need to remember here is how to relate volume scale factor with linear scale factor and area scale factor with linear scale factor. So the first thing that we can find from our question is the volume scale factor, because we are given the volumes of two cylinders, the smaller and the bigger. So you remember that we said that to get volume scale factor from linear scale factor, we said that the volume scale factor, we said volume scale factor equals to linear scale factor cubed, equals to linear scale factor, this one is cubed. We also said that to get area scale factor from linear scale factor, we said that area scale factor equals to linear scale factor squared. So that is how we get the area scale factor. So the first thing we want to do here, is to find the volume scale factor. Volume scale factor equals to the volume of the image, and mostly we take the bigger one to be the image. So the volume of the image, which is 4096 all over 1728. Now what you do here, ensure you write this one in your calculator while it is in fraction form, so that you retain everything in fraction to make your work easier. So what you do, you press 4096 in your calculator, then you press the AB over C. In your calculator you can see AB over C somewhere there. AB over C, you find a fraction, then you press 1728. So you press equal sign, you'll find it giving you 210 over 27. What you do, press shift, press still A over B, you'll find it in improper fraction as 64 over 27. So you find 64 all over 27. So if you find that, now from there you can, if you have the volume scale factor, you can find the linear scale factor, because we said the volume scale factor equals to linear scale factor cubed, meaning that linear scale factor is the cube root of volume scale factor. So our linear scale factor, from here we can say that the linear scale factor was the cube root. It was, you find the cube root of 64 over 27. 64 all over 27. cube root of 64 over 27. You press your calculator, the cube root of 64 over 27, you'll find it to be 16 over 9. Cube root, 4 over 3. You'll find it to be 4 over 3 as the cube root of, that is, cube root of 64 is 4, and the cube root of 27 is 3. So that becomes the linear scale factor. Another to have the linear scale factor, remember we have been given the curved surface area of the smaller cone. So that means we find the area scale factor so that we consider areas. So area scale factor will be equal to linear scale factor squared will be equal to 4 all over 3. We square this, 4 over 3 squared. So if we square 4 over 3, 4 squared, you get 16. You get it as 16 all over 16 all over 9. So that is the area scale factor. Now we know, we understand that we can easily find now the area of the larger. The area of the larger is what we are asking. So I can easily relate now 16 with the areas, 16 all over 9. 16 all over 9 equals to, if I call the area of the larger to be x, equals to x all over the area of the smaller, you are given as 112 over 112. So if you divide by 112, you cross multiply. That means your x will be equal to 112 times 16, 112 times, if I multiply by 16, then I will also divide by 9. So that means my x, that is the area of the area, 16 times 12 gives you 1792 divided by 9, so that gives you 199. It gives 199.11 centimeter square. So that becomes the area of the larger cylinder. So if this is the area of the larger cylinder, 111, we know that to find curved surface area, to get our curved surface area equals to, for a cylinder it is 2 pi r h. That's to get the volume or curved surface area of a cylinder. So that means this is the curved surface area of the cylinder now, of the larger cylinder. So it implies that 199.11 will be equal to 2. You take pi to be 22 over 7, 2 times 22 over 7 times my radius, you were told there is 7 centimeter, times 7, then times h. Remember 7 and 7 will cancel out. 7 will cancel with this 7, so we remain with 22 times 2, which is 44. So h is equals to 199.11 divided by 44. 199.11 divided by 2 times 22 is 44, divided by 44, meaning that now you get your h. So h equals 2. If you divide, you get 4.525. 4.525 4.525 centimeters. 4.525 centimeters. So that is, this becomes your edge. Your edge as 4.525 centimeters. So that is your edge, and that is what you are required to do. And that is what you are required to do. That's what you are required to do. That is what you are required to do. So that was your requirement. You were supposed to find, that is how you score your 4 marks. You are supposed to find, you read the volume scale factor with inner scale factor and the inner scale factor with inner scale factor, so that you are able now to find the height of the height of the larger cylinder. Now part B of question 17, we are talking about a cone and a hemisphere. A cone and a hemisphere. So you must remember the volume of a cone and the volume of a sphere. Volume of a sphere is 4/3 pi r cubed, and the volume of a cone is a third. Volume of a cone is a third pi r. Sorry, you need to relate. Now let's deal with it the way it is. You're asking that the diagram below represents a solid made up of a hemisphere mounted on a cone. The radius of the hemisphere and the cone are each 6 centimeters, and the height of the cone is 9 centimeters. Find the volume of the solid. We need to find the volume of the solid. So to get the volume of the solid, it is volume of the hemisphere plus the volume of the cone. Volume of the hemisphere plus the volume of a cone. And we know a sphere is 4/3 pi r cubed. Volume of a sphere is 4/3 pi r cubed. So that means hemisphere is a half of a sphere. So volume of a hemisphere, volume for hemisphere will be equal to volume of the hemisphere. So when we talk about the hemisphere, now volume of the hemisphere, we have said it's a half because it's a half of a sphere. A half times 4/3 pi r cubed, which is the same as a half times 4/3 then times 22/7 times r. Remember the radius we are given as 6 cubed times 6 cubed times 6 times 6 cubed times 6 cubed. So if you multiply all of these, you'll get, because I have this is comes here 2, so we shall have 44 times 6 cubed all over 21. 44 times 6 cubed all over 21. You will find it as you multiply by using your calculator. You will find this one to be 452.5 5714, 5714, 5714 centimeters square. Remember, it's in centimeters, so it is centimeters square. So that is the volume, centimeters cubed, because we are talking about the volume. Centimeters cubed. We are talking about volume, should be centimeters cubed, should be in cubed. Centimeters cubed. Centimeters cubed should be in centimeters cubed. So we talk about 452 point. Now we talk about the cone. For that cone, for a cone, we know that the volume equals to a third by r squared h. A third by r squared h. It is a third by r squared, a third by r squared h, which is equal to, now a third, that's volume of a cone, times pi is 22/7 times our r is 6 squared times our h is 9. Now you multiply that by using your calculator, you will find that volume to be 339. You find it to be 339.42886 centimeters cubed. Centimeters cubed. So after you get that volume, you've got the volume of the cone and the volume of the hemisphere. You add the two to get the volume of the solid. Volume total, that is the total volume will be equal to, we add the two, that is 452.5714. We add 339 point, we add 339.4286. So if you add, this gives 10, 0 carry 1, this gives 10, 0 carry 1, this gives 9, 10, 0 carry 1, 9, 10, 0 carry 1. So this is 9, 10, 10, 12. So we shall have 2. We carry 1, so it gives you 9. This gives you 7. So it will become 792 centimeters cubed. 792 centimeters cubed. So that is the area, that's the volume of the solid. The volume of the solid. That is the volume of the solid. So that is how we find the volume of the solid. We find the volume of the hemisphere plus the volume of the cone to get the volume of the solid. So that's what we are supposed to do. Now we move on and do question number 18. We move on and do question number 18. Question number 18. we move on and do our question number 18. Question number 18. Now, question number 18 is talking about, question number 18, we are talking about bearing. These are from one topic. 3 towns, X, Y, and Z, are such that X is on a bearing of 120 degrees and 20 kilometers from Y. Town Z is on a bearing of 220 degrees and 12 kilometers from X. So your starting point, first of all, you must make a sketch. A sketch is very important before you draw. Yes, I have drawn here, but the first thing you do, you want to make a sketch such that if I make a sketch like in here, I know I'm starting from Y, so that you are able to know that your paper, how will you draw in your paper. So if I make a sketch here, for instance, I start with Y, and I'm told that such that X is on a bearing of 120 degrees and 20 kilometers from Y. So if I start with Y, remember 120, that is a compass bearing that you read from the north. We read compass bearing, we read from the north in what we call clockwise direction. So it must start from here, the north, clockwise direction. This is our north. We start from the north, clockwise direction. 120, remember this is 90. This up to here is 180. So that means 120 can be, we can have a small here. We say that is 120, and then we call this our point X, and this was your point Y. So this is your point X. Then remember this, all this is 120, meaning this is 90. 120 minus 90, 120 minus 90, it gives you, if you talk about 120 minus 90, so that you are able to know the angles you draw. So this is 90, this is 30, I mean, because it gives you 30. So if this is 30, meaning the angle here is 60. The angle here is 60. Here is 60. So this 60, the whole of it is 120. So from there, you are also told that town Z is on a pairing of 220 and 12 kilometers from X. Remember, all this was 20 kilometers. And then you also told that 220 degrees and 12 kilometers from X. 220 from X. We are measuring 220 from X. So 220 will be where? This 180, 220 will come this side and 12 kilometers. So 220 will lie around, because up to here is 270, so 220 can be somewhere here. Then this is 220. If it is 220, 180 minus 220 minus 180, you get is 40 degrees. So this 40 and this is 50. So 50, remember this is 30 here, because these are alternate. This is the 30 here, and therefore this is 30, and this is 50, this 50. So meaning the whole of this angle is 80 degrees. The whole of this angle is 80 degrees. 80 degrees. And therefore, I'm told that you get a point, you move to a point Z. A point Z, if you have a straight line there. So this is a point Z. So you make a nothing, and all that you meet your point Z there. So if I make my point Z here, then I'm told that using a scale of this. So from there, that means you will easily join. You will easily join as per, okay, you know your figure. This is a sketch. Remember, it's not necessary that it will be here. It might be even here. So what you do, that is a sketch. You just leave it at that level, or just join if you wanted. But you know you are going to draw to see. So what you do, now you draw the actual. You draw the actual. And the actual is what I did here. The actual is what I did here. So what you'll do, because you started with Y here, you want to measure 120 degrees. 120 degrees, if you made a nothing and then this a nothing, so you want to measure from this point. If you put your protractor here and measure the clockwise up to 120, you can read 120, draw a straight line. And then I've used a scale because you are told to using a scale of 1 centimeter to represent 2 kilometers. So you are given the scale to use. So that means this 20 kilometer becomes 10 centimeter. So you also, after you've drawn a straight line, measure 10 centimeter. Where the 10 centimeter arrives, you get your 10 centimeter, you draw a nothing there. After drawing a nothing there, you just have it joined there. Then from there, you are told from here, you remember you are measuring. What you do, we said here is 40. So you just measure 40 from this point. From this point, you read that way. That means you should have read the anti-clockwise way to get your 40 degrees. Then after getting 40 degrees, you join. And then you measure 6 centimeters. Because this 12 kilometers divided by 2, you get 6 centimeters. You measure 6 centimeters here. Then wherever the 6 centimeters you get, you draw nothing. Then after joining, you will realize that you can only join to the other point straight. From here, you can join the other point straight to get to your other point here. You join straight. So from there, you are done with the positions. You score your 3 marks. Then from there, another question, part B. You find the distance between Y and Z. The distance between Y and Z. Between Y and Z. After joining, just measure it from here to here. You will get it in centimeter as 9.9. If you get 9.9, it's plus or minus 0.1. Somebody can get 9.8, or somebody can get 10. So if you get 10, that means you get 10, then times 2 is 20. So if you got 20, or if you got 18, because 9.8 times 2 is 9.8 times 2 is 19.6. So you can get 19.6, between 19.6 to 20. That one will be okay, because 19.6, 19.7, 19.8 up to 20, you will be okay. Kilometers. Remember, you must change it to kilometers after measuring and I must see that you have measured in centimeters, then you multiply by the scale that you used. It must be seen for you to score the marks. So from there you are told that you measure the pairing of x from z. The bearing of x, if we had an x here, from z is here. So you come to z, you measure this angle. The bearing of x from z, if I measure this angle, is 40 degrees. So it is plus or minus 1. So somebody can give 41, or somebody can give 39. That is correct. Roman number 3, the pairing of z from y. So you go to y and get z from y. You measure now from y, you measure, remember this already 90, this already 90, then you measure, or just put your protractor and measure the whole angle here. You get it as 158 degrees. 158 degrees. So if you get it 158 degrees, it is plus or minus 1. So somebody can say 159 or 157. Now from there, the last part 4, you find the area of the figure bounded by XYZ, bounded by XYZ, this area. Now what we do for us to get this area, remember we know that we know this 6, we know this 10, we know this as we measured this one to be 19 point, you change them into, okay, calculate what in, you can decide to use it in kilometers, or you first of all calculate in centimeters, then you convert. Still it's okay. If I use it in centimeter, remember this 10, this 6, and this is 9.9 or 9.8, whichever that you found, but accuracy is most important. So you can use Hero's formula to find this, Or, now that I have this angle, there is no need. I use sine rule. Sine rule, half AB sine theta. If I use half times 6 times 10 times the sine of 80, because the whole of this angle I found it to be 80, I'll be able to find the area as 29.544 centimeters square. 544 centimeters square. So if I find the area in centimeters square, remember it's good to deal with, because we have used centimeters and the degrees, so it's good. There is no need that you change so that you calculate. No, just find that area. While if you are using half AB sin theta, while in centimeters, if I find this in centimeters, then that is the area. But remember, you are supposed to find the area in kilometers square, because whatever you were given was in kilometers. So the actual should be in kilometers square. Now remember, we have used 1 centimeter to represent 2 kilometers. So that means 1 centimeter square will represent 2 times 2. So 1 centimeter square will represent 2 times 2, which is 4 kilometers square. Meaning that 29, this is square, 29.544 centimeters square will be what? It will be 29.544 times 4 kilometers square. It will be times 4 kilometers square. So if you multiply times 4, 29.54 times 29.544, if I square, or if I multiply times 4, it gives me 118.1. It is 118.176.176 kilometers square, and that is the answer that will be marked, and not the centimeter square. Kilometer square. This is the answer that will be marked, and not this one. This one is you get a mark, but the correct answer will be marked on this. You'll be marked on this. So that is how you are supposed to do questions on pairing. Pairing is a very simple question if you follow the instructions. So the first thing, you make a sketch, then after sketch, then you draw the actual using a scale if you are given. If you are not given, use an appropriate scale. So that is how we do it. Let us do question number 19. Question number 19. So this is just, it was carrying 2 marks, 1 mark, 1 mark, 3 marks, and calculate the area. Number 19, question number 19, we are dealing with the figure ABDE. Below represents cohesive grazing land. It is divided into 3 paddocks, ABE, BCE, and CDE. So angle ABE is 8. Angle ABE is 8. So I'm told that this angle here is 8. Angle ABE is 8. This is 8. Angle CBE is 60. Angle CBE is 60. CBE, this angle, I'm told is 60. And angle CDE is 62. This one is 62. Remember, this is 90. So, and AB is 260. A to B is 260. C to D is 8. So I'm told to calculate to the nearest meter. Remember, it is the nearest meter. Answer the question as asked. To the nearest meter, we calculate. CE. I calculate CE to the nearest meter. Remember the form to trigonometry. Now we deal with the cosine SOHCAHTOA. When we talk about SOHCAHTOA, you must remember SOHCAHTOA. SOHCAHTOA. So you have to remember the SOHCAHTOA. It will assist you. So when we talk about SOHCAHTOA, means sine of theta. Theta in this case is 62, and I'm dealing with the this is adjacent to this, and this is opposite. This is opposite to this. So I'm after opposite. So I'm dealing with the opposite and the adjacent, and that one is the tangent. Tan of theta is opposite of adjacent. Cos of this is adjacent of hypotenuse. This is a hypotenuse. And the sine of theta is equals to opposite over hypotenuse. So I'm dealing with the CE. So that means I deal with the tangent. So I'll say that tan of theta, to get CE, I'll say that tan theta, now in this case the theta is 62, tan of 62 equals to, the opposite to 62 is CE, and that's what I'm looking for. CE equals to CE all over TOA, all over adjacent. Adjacent to 62 is 8 meters. 8 meters. So that means to get my CE, I multiply CE equals to 8 tan 62. 8 equals to 8 tan of 62. Tangent of 62. If you multiply 8 times tangent of 62, 8 times tangent of 62, you get 150 point. You get 150. Just you calculate using your calculator. 150.458 meter. But remember, we are dealing with nearest meter. If we talk about 458, but we are dealing with the nearest meter. So the nearest meter, you cannot round it, is 150. So you will just write equals to 150 meters. Remember, in the exam, in this exam, this will be marked, but this is not the answer, because you were told nearest meter. So nearest meter, you must write the 150, the 150 as the nearest meter, and not 150 point whatever. So nearest meter is 150. 150 meters is the nearest. That is 2 marks. That is, and this one also carries a mark. So you have the 2 marks. Then from there, the other question is that let us look at the other question. The other question, calculate the length of AE. So we need to find the length of AE and then the perimeter. So first of all, we deal with the length of AE. Length of AE. How can we find the length of AE? How can we find the length of AE? How can we find the length of AE? Length of AE. So to get the length of AE, we need from A to E. So first of all, we know this angle, like we said, this angle, this angle is 80. This angle is 80 and this angle is 60. So now that we have this side, we have this side, we need this side so that we use cosine rule, that's the form 3, to get AE. So what we do, we first of all find BE. To get my BE, B to E, because this is also 90 and we have this angle. So if we have this angle, remember CB we don't have. We don't have CB, but we have this one to the nearest meter as 150. We have found it to be 150. So if we found this to the nearest meter to be 150, so that means if I use the same 150 nearest meter, then I'll be able to find the hypotenuse. Because remember this is the opposite to this, so I use sine. So sine of what? I say that is sine of 60, so that I get the hypotenuse BE. Sine of 60 equals to, opposite to 60 is 150, all over hypotenuse, which is BE. So to get BE equals to 150 all over sine of 60. 150 divided by sine of 60, divided by sine 60. If you divide 150 divided by sine of 60, 150 divided by sine of 60, 150 divided by sine of 60, when you use your calculator, you'll find it to be 173.20. 173.20 to the nearest meter is 173. Point 20 or 21.21 meters, now, which gives you to the nearest as 173 meters. It is good to first of all write what you find. You can write as many decimal places, at least 4 decimal places. After writing to 4 decimal places, then you write the correct answer as per the instruction given. So you get this one to be 173 meters. After getting 173 meters, remember I'm after AE. This is 173. 173. But that's not my AE. I'm after AE. AE I use now, because I have this one and I have this one. There is no perpendicular here, so that now I use SOHCAHTOA. In this case now I use the cosine rule. Or if I had another angle here, there is the sine rule. So you can use the sine rule. 1 over sine theta, A over sine A equals to B over sine B. If I had another angle like this one, but I cannot find this angle that easily. So instead of struggling like that, and I have this side and I have this one, I use the cosine rule. And the cosine rule states that in this case AE squared, we say that AE squared equals to AE squared equals to 173 squared plus 260 squared plus 260 squared, then minus 2 times 260 then times 173 times the cos of 80 times cos 80 degrees. So if I multiply that, 173 squared plus 260 squared, 173 squared plus 260 squared, if you add the two, you get 97,529. This gives you 97,529. Then I will subtract 2 times 260, 2 times 260 times 173, then whatever I get times cos of 80, I will get 15,621 minus 15,621.3 621 to 1.39.39. So if I subtract, whatever I get now, AE is the square root. AE will be the square root. AE will be equal to the square root of what I get here. And what I get, this is 97,529 divided by, minus 621.39. I get 81,907, 81,907.61, and that will give me, this will be equal to the square root of that. Square root of the answer gives you 286.19. That means nearest meter is 286. 286 meters. 286 meters. So 286 meters, AE is 286. AE is 286. 286 meters. 286 meters. 286 meters. 286 meters. 286 meters is my AE. So if I have that, then I'm asking the last question to find the perimeter. So I have this one, I have this, I have also this one here. I have 286. I have DE. I can find using SOHCAHTOA. I can also find using SOHCAHTOA BE, so that I find the perimeter. So the perimeter would be, I find DE. If I find DE, 80 squared plus 150 squared is square root. 80 squared plus, that is using Pythagoras, it is 80 squared plus 150 squared. I'll get the square root of the answer. Square root of the answer, it gives me 170. So this is 170. 170 meters, 80 meters, and this one I can also use 173 squared minus 150 squared square root. 173 squared minus 150 squared. Whatever I get, I find the square root of the answer. I get as 86 point, to the nearest is 86 meters. 86 meters. So the perimeter, I will have to add all of them. Then I'll find, if I add, I'll find 17. Let me start with 286 plus 170 plus 80 plus 86 plus 260. I'll find it to be 882 meters. 882 meters. So that is the perimeter. Perimeter has 882 meters. So if I find the perimeter to be 882 meters, 882 meters, then now I need to find now I need to go and do part B of the question. Part B of the question. I need to find part B of the question. So that is how you were supposed to handle this question. That is how you were supposed to handle this question. Then we go to part B of the question. Part B of the question. We go and do part B of the question. Part B of the question. Good. Now we go and do part B of the question. We have even done the perimeter. Now the part B of the question is asking that Koech fenced each side of the three triangular buttocks with 3 strands of wire. He left a 2.4 meter wide gate at side AB, BE, and CE. If the wire that he used was bought in rolls of 500 meter, determine the number of rolls of wire that he bought. So first of all, we found the perimeter, the whole round to be 882. We found it to be 882 meters. But there is, for us to know the wire we use, there are 3 sides that we do not add. So the required wire. So first of all, you need the required wire. The required will be equal to, now 882 that we found, 882 that we found, plus the 150 that we had found, that is CE. CE we had found it to be 150, that is, we have not added it, plus 150, plus we did not also add side BE. Side BE, that is 173 that we found. Which other side we didn't add? Those are the only 2 that we do not add. Then whatever we get, we subtract the gate. The gate 2 meter times 3. Remember, you leave 3 sides. 2.4 times 3 times 3. So 2.4 times 3, because it is 3 places, you get 7.2. So we subtract 7.2 meters, 0.2 meters to get the required, whatever you will require. So what you require here is 882 plus 150 plus 173. Then what you get, less 7.2, less 7.2, then you get 1,198, 197.8 and 97.8 meters. This is what was required, and this was sold it was sold in rolls of 50. So the number of rolls that were required will be the required length, that is 11 to the nearest meter is 1198. 1198 to the nearest meter, 1198 to the nearest meter, divided by 500, divided by 500, 1198 divided by 500. This gives you 1198 divided by 500, divided by 500. That gives you 2.396. 2.396. 2.396. That means you need 2 rolls, and it's not a half, but there is an extra of a roll. So you cannot buy 2 only. You buy more than 2, which is 3 rolls. So number of rolls, it is 3 and not. So number of rolls becomes 3. 3 rolls. 3 rolls. That is what you required. 3 rolls. So I must see 3 rolls as the answer. 3 rolls is the answer. Is the correct answer, and not 2 point, because rolls cannot be in point form. Rolls cannot be in point form. So you needed 3 rolls. So this is the answer. That is the answer. Now, so that is how you are supposed to do such a question. Given that such a question, that is what you should do, and follow the instructions. Follow the instructions. That's what you do. Follow the instructions. Follow the instructions given. Then we go to question number. Need to do question number 20. Question number 20. Now, question number 20 is talking about the data below that is recorded on a daily record of sugar sold in one of the supermarkets in Kisumu town, which sells any in proportion in kilograms. So all this is sugar kg, mass of sugar in kg. That is, mass of sugar should be in kg. Should be in kg. So the mass of sugar in kg. Now, number of people. You remember number of people, we can call it this frequency. So that is the frequency. So from here, determine the total number of people who bought sugar from this supermarket on that day. So we can call cumulative frequency. So if we deal with cumulative frequency, we are able to give the number. So cumulative frequency, we start with 22. Remember, it is going to assist us because of calculating the median. Calculate the mean. Yeah, calculate the mean, not the median. We are talking about the mean. Okay, it's okay. Then we use 22. 22 plus that 8. 22 plus 38 gives you 60. So next is 60. In this class now, cumulatively, we shall have 60 people who have feasted. Now in this class, cumulatively, we plus 14. Cumulatively, we shall have 74 people feasted at the supermarket at this point. And then cumulatively, we plus 12. Then at this point, we shall have had 86 people feasted there. Feasted the supermarket. Then cumulatively up to this, it's 96. When you add 10, gives you 96 people feasted that. And then you add 10, gives you 100. So the total number of people feasted were 100. Then calculate the mean. So I can find an x. X is the midpoint. When we talk about x, is the midpoint. X, if I find x, then I also find fx. So x if I draw this, I complete my table so that I have the X and Fx. It's good to write your table in vertical form to make your work easier, to be able to see clearly. X is the midpoint. 0.9 plus 0.5 plus 0.9. You divide by 2 for you to find the midpoint. 0.5 plus 0.9. You divide by 2, you'll get 0.7. You get 0.7. You divide by 2, you get 0.7. 0.7. You divide by 2, you get 1.2. You add this, you divide by 2, you get 2.2. No, 1.5 plus 1.7. You add, you get 2.2. You add, you get 2.7. And finally you add, you get 3.2. We need to find fx. That is, we multiply this and this, we get 15.4. This would assist us to get the mean. Multiply this, you get 45.6. You multiply this 14 times 1.7, you get 23.8. 23.8. 2.2 times 12. 2.2 times 12, you get 26.4. You get 26.4. 2.2 times 12. 2.2 times 12. 26.4. You get 26.4. 2.7 times 10, this gives you 27. And finally, 4 times 3.2, you get 12.8. We need to find the sum, that is summation of fx. Summation of fx. We add all these, summation of fx gives you 151. If you add it, you will find 151. And remember, 100 is the same as summation of f, the frequency, equals to that. And we know, calculate the mean. Remember, mean, we know that mean summation, mean is equals to mean, x bar mean is the mean, equals to summation of fx, summation of fx, all over summation of f, and that is equal to, this is equal to 151 all over 100, which gives you 1.51 kgs. That is the mean mass. 1.51 kg. That is the mean mass. Now, if you are done with that, but remember, cumulative frequency I'll use, because part D, I'll be asked to calculate the median. Part D, I'm asked to calculate the median. Okay, it's okay, I'll do it after drawing. Now I'll be asked but see that I draw the histogram. But see, I'll be asked to draw the histogram. Now what I do, just move. Okay, these cumulative frequencies will assist me, but later on calculating the histogram. On calculating the median, not the histogram. Now, on the grid provided, draw histogram of the representatives of the mass of sugar sold on that particular day. Remember, from above, we had frequencies between 4 and the maximum was 38, the highest frequency. And a class with the highest frequency we call it the model class, and the highest frequency we call it the model frequency. So the model frequency is 38, and the model class is 10214. Now I'm asked to draw a histogram. A histogram, if the class width is constant, and you remember in you look at our table. If you look at our table, so that we look at the class widths. If we look at the class width, remember we use the upper limit. Histogram is the frequency or cumulative frequency. I mean frequency or frequency density in the y-axis versus upper limit in the x-axis. Now, when you talk about this class, in this class or this class, we need to calculate the class width. First of all, you need to know the limits. Remember here, we have 0.5 to 0.9. Then the next class starts with 1.0 to 1.4, next 1.5. So that means there are limits. And if there are limits, you look at the least unit of measurement here is 0.1. 0.1. If it was 0.05, then it is 0.01. So if the least unit is 0.1, we divide by 2 to get 0.1, we divide by 2 to get 0.05. So 0.05 is the error, is the absolute error. Therefore, that's what we minus in the lower limit and we add in the upper limit. So the limits now, the limits were supposed to be, if I talk about the limits, I start with the limits. The limits here, it is the lower limit here is 0.5 minus 0.05, it is 0.45. 2, if you add this one, it becomes 0.95. 0.95, that is the upper limit. The next, it is you divide minus 0.05 becomes 0.95. 0.95. And the next becomes 1.45. And the trend continues. So if I subtract this and this, I get 0.5. So my I meaning what? I is the class width. Class width is constant, is 0.5. If you also come here, you find the class width is 0.5. Because I subtract 1.45 minus 0.95 gives you that. You also change this one to be 1.95 minus 1.45 also gives you 0.5. So these classes were constant. If the class width were constant, then we use what we call, if you continue with the same trend, you change this one to the upper limit to be 1.95 and this lower limit becomes 1.45, you subtract, you get 0.5. This becomes 1.95 and this becomes 2.45, you subtract, you get 0.5. So the class width was constant of 0.5. If the class width is constant, then we use frequency and not cumulative, and not what we call frequency density in the y-axis of our histogram, and we use the upper limits in the x-axis. So what you do here, if we move and draw our histogram, here, let us draw our histogram. Now, I would have to think of a good scale because I need the upper limits and against the frequencies. And the frequencies were 22 and maximum from 4 to maximum of 40. So if I think, remember the frequencies are on the y-axis. If I think of a scale, let me use a good color. If I think of a scale here, I think like on the y-axis I use, if this is my 0, if I think of 10, so that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each has 2. 10, 20, 30, 40, it will be okay. 10, 20, that is, remember, this is the frequency, that's the number. You can call it frequency or number of people. 20, 30, and this is my 40. That is my 40 as the y-axis. And the x-axis, now I use upper limits. The upper limits, remember, we started with 0.45. So the lower limit of the first class is 0.45. So I start with 0.45 here, 0.45 here. Remember, they are constant. So each 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each 5, remember the whole thing is 0.5, the difference. So each one, if it continues with 0.1, it is okay. So that I have now the next here as 0.95 to be here, 0.95 high here. Then here we also have 1.45. You continue with the difference, 1.95, or that 2. Or that. We continue. So we shall have 0.95 here, 0.95. The next, let me write, the next is 0.95. We shall have next as 0.95, 1.45. We shall have 1.45. Then next is 1.95. The next is 2.45, because that difference is constant. Next is 2.95. Then next is 3.45. And that's the last one. Now you need to draw the histograms. The histogram, remember the first one, the first class had a frequency of 22. So as a frequency of 22, so 22 will be, remember this one I gave each carrying 2. So 22 will be here. From here you draw, because that is where it is, and then you give that, you draw those pairs now. So this is the first pair. Remember, a histogram, in my other forums I've said that there is a difference between a histogram and a bar chart, because a histogram, all the bars are touch each other, but a bar graph, they are separated. So the next one is now from here to here. That is frequency of 38. Frequency of 38. 38 will be here. So I'll have to join here 38 there. I'll have to draw it. I'll have to draw it. I'll have to draw it. Then I draw it this way. The next has a frequency of 14. The next has a frequency of 14. They are uniform, remember. 14 will be, this is 12 because they have 2. 14 will be here. Will be here. So that is our 14. Our 14 here. The next is a frequency of 12. Frequency of 12 will be here. Frequency of 12, you draw that histogram, those bars. Now you're done. The next is a frequency of 10. Frequency of 10 will be exactly here. Draw using a straight line, just have a straight line there. The next is a frequency of 4. Next is a frequency 1, 2. 1, 2 will represent 4. Next is a frequency of 4. The first two divisions. And remember, it's good to write that the divisions that you have used, that is small squares represent how many that is. Like as can say here, the y-axis, one division will represent, one division will be equal to 10 over 5, because there are 5. The value is 10 all over 5. So one division will represent 2 what? 2 people. Because we are dealing with people. Then on the x-axis, one division will represent 0.5 divided by 5. 0.5 divided by 5, which is equal to 0.1 kg. Each represents 0.1 kg. So you get your scale. Then you are done with your histogram. You are asked to draw part D. You are asked to draw a line to show the median. So first of all, you need to calculate the median. First, we need to calculate the median. For us to get the median, remember we say that median equals to L1, meaning it is lower limit of the median class, plus brackets n is the cumulative frequency over 2, because median is a half over 2. Then this is minus frequency, cumulative frequency above the median class, all over frequency of the median class. This is frequency of the median class, then times I is the class width. So our lower limit, the median class, it is a half of 100 is 50. Where does the cumulative frequency of 50 lie? Remember, if you go back to our table, you'll realize where it lies. If we go back to our table, cumulative frequency of 50, you will see where it lies. 50 will lie where? Cumulative frequency, remember this is 22. So plus 38 gives you 60. So 50 does not lie on the 22, but lies on this, on the 38. So it lies on the second class, which is 1 to 1.4, 1.0 to 1.4. So that is the class I'm dealing with, 1.0 to 1.4. So I'm dealing with the class of 1.0. Lower limit is now 1.0 minus 0.05. It is the lower limit of that, which is equal to, lower limit of that is 1.0 minus 0.05. We get 0.95. 0.95, then plus n is the cumulative frequency, which is 100 divided by 2 is 50. So we shall have 50 over 2, okay, which becomes 50 minus cumulative frequency above the median class. So cumulative frequency above the median class, remember the median class is 60, so above is 22. The first one had 22. That was the first one. Then all over frequency of the median class. Median class is the second one, which is 38, like we have seen from above, times I, which is 0.5. I is the class width. So you'll find 50 minus 22, you get your 50 minus 22, 50 minus 22, you get is 28. 50 minus 22 is 28. So 28 divided by 38, you get is 0.73, then times 0.5 times 0.5, you will get it 0.3684. 0.3684. So we add the two, our median now, our median equals to 0.95, 0.95 plus 0.3684, 0.3684. When you add the two, 0.3684, 0.3684, when you add 0.95, it gives you 1.31, it gives you 1.3. Remember, we are calculating the median, estimate the median mass, so it is 1.32, 1.32 kgs, the median mass. That is the median, 1.32 kgs. So if we get 1.32 kgs as the median, remember we need to locate where the median is so that we draw a line. So 1.32, if this is 1.43, it must be around here. So what we do, we said 5 is 1 is 0.1. 1 represents 0.1 kg. That is one division, is 0.1 kg. So what about 1.32? 1.32 we divide by 1.32 divided by 0.1, so that we get how many. There will be 13 of them. Remember, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is up to here is supposed to be 1.45, and I'm talking about 1.3. One of it has 0.1, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5. It is true. This is 5, 10 up to here. It is 1.32. One has this is up to here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the difference here is 10. The value is 10 of them, and the value that is 0.5 divided by 0.5 divided by 5. It was giving me 0.1. So 1.32 kg will be equal to what? How many of them? If times 1, yes. So it is 1.32. 1.3 divided by 0.1. 30. So you get them as what? 10, 11, 12, 13. 1.32. This is 0.545. So it's supposed to be around here. 1.32 should be around here, because this is 0.4, 0.995, 0.95 plus 0.1. So the next here 0.95 plus 0.1, so it gives me 1.05 plus 0.1 to give me 1.15 plus 0.1 give me 1.25, the third one, plus 0.1 give me 1.35. The fourth one is where we have 1.35 around there here. So you draw a vertical line here, a vertical line using a straight line, then you call this median. This is the median. That's the median. So that's the median mark. You draw that straight line, you show it at the median mark. So that is part D of the question number 20. So we are done with this question, and that is how you answer it. That is how you answer this question. We'll continue with question number 21. We continue with question number 21. So that is how you deal with a histogram and questions on statistics 1 dealing with the histogram. So the figure below shows a triangle OBQ in which OS is a third OP, OS is a third OP. So from here, if I divide by OP all through, here if I divide by OP, I divide by OP, so this OP and OP cancels. So that means that OS over OP equals to a third, meaning that OS into OP is 1:3. OS to OP is 1:3. So that means O to P is 3 and OS is 1. Therefore, this is 1:2. If we are talking about OS to SP, it's 1:2 because OP, the line is 3. And this one, if I divide by OQ also, I divide by OQ, so OQ and OQ, so that means OR over OQ is 1/3. So the whole of OR is 1, O to R is 1, and O to Q is 3, meaning now 3 minus 1 is 2. So here is 2. So OR to RQ is 1:2. Then T is a point on QS. On QS we have decided that QT, it is 3/4 QS. So if I divide by QS, I divide by QS, so QS and QS will cancel. So meaning that QS is 4 and QT is 3. Q to T is 3 and the whole line is 4, meaning this is 1. So QT to TS is 3:1. Is 3:1. So if you interpret it that way, now you'll be able to solve the questions as asked. You'll be able to solve these questions as you are asked to work out. You'll be able to work out as you are asked. So from there you can work out. Given that OP is P, from O to P is P factor, the whole line is P factor, and I'm told that that is P factor, and I'm told that OQ is Q factor, O to Q is Q factor, this is Q factor, this is Q factor, and express the following factors in P and Q, in terms of P and Q. So SR, I want to express SR, S to R, S to R. So S to R, I can move SO plus OR. it is equals to SO vector plus SR vector. So SO is negative. Remember, we were given OP. So SO is negative 1 over 3 of P. It is negative a third P vector plus SR plus OR, and OR is now, because we were given OQ, we were given OQ as Q, so OR is just a third of OQ, which is Q. So it is a third plus a third Q vector. So this one can be equal to a third Q vector. Even if you leave it this way, it's correct. So it can be a third Q vector minus a third P vector minus a third P vector. So that is how you want to do it. Then QS, we want Q to S. We want to move from Q to S. From Q to S, you can come QO plus OS, which is equal to QO plus O to S. Remember to write the vectors. It's good to show their vectors. So which is equal to QO. Q to O, you are going the reverse, so it is negative Q vector plus OS, negative Q vector plus OS plus OS, and OS is just, you're going to, the direction is a third of OP, which is P vector, plus a third P vector, which you can still write as a third P vector minus Q vector. You can write it that way, a third P vector minus Q vector. So that is how you're supposed to write it. Then you're asked next that we can move down. We can move down here and solve. Now, we are talking about part 2. The next part is that we find PT. From P to T, remember our P is there to T. So from P to T, I can come PS, P to T, I can come from P to S, PT, PT I can say equals to PS, because you can move from P to S, PS vector, PS, plus ST plus S to T plus ST. Now you'll find that this is equal to from P to S, remember we are going against the direction. Remember this was 1, 2, so it is negative 2 of Q. So it is negative 2Q, of P, because this was P, it's negative 2P, negative 2 over 3 P vector plus ST, and ST, it is just negative a quarter, that is negative, because you are going against ST. Remember you were told Q2 to S, so ST is negative a quarter of QT, negative a quarter of QS, of QS. And the QS I know is QS, Q to S, I have already found it. So it is negative a quarter of QS. So where we have QS, we substitute. It's negative a quarter of QS. And the QS we have found it to be a third P minus Q. It's a third P minus Q. Now if you simplify that and you put the right terms together, this will be negative 1 over 12, and this will be positive a quarter Q. So negative this minus this, that will give you negative 3 over 4 P, because the right terms you put them together, which gives you negative 3 over 4 P plus a quarter Q, negative 3 all over 4 P plus a quarter Q, which you can write and say is a quarter Q, so you can write it to be equal to a quarter Q vector Q minus 3/4 P vector. So that is the answer, and that is how you do it. And then we move to our next question on the same. Our next question on the same is that we find TR. We find TR. So our TR, we can equalize TR to be equal to, TR will be equal to TS plus SR equal to TS plus SR, which is equal to, TS is negative, that is a quarter QS. TS is a quarter QS. It is a quarter QS. A quarter QS plus that is SR. We have found it. We found it from above. SR, we found it to be a third Q. That is a third Q vector. We found it to be a third Q vector minus a third P vector minus a third. That was our first. It was minus a third P vector. So from here, this will be equal to, if we now use the quarter QS, it is a quarter into QS. We know it's a quarter into QS, that we have already found QS to be a third P minus Q. This is a third P minus Q, then plus a third Q plus a third Q minus a third P. So that if you put the like terms together, here you open this bracket, it becomes 1 over 12. That becomes 1 over 12p, 1 over 12p minus a quarter q, we are opening the brackets here, minus a quarter q, then we say we plus a third p, plus a third p minus a third, this is plus a third q, plus a third q minus a third p, plus a third q, it's not p, it's a third q, plus a third q minus a third p, plus a third q minus a third p. So that if we put like terms together, this and this one, this one and this one, so we shall get negative a quarter p, negative a quarter p plus 1 over 12, plus 1 over 12 plus 1 over 12q. This can still be equal to, you can equalize and say it is equal to 1 over 12 q minus a quarter p. Good. Then you are asked that after doing all that, you hence or otherwise show that points P, T, and R are collinear. Remember now we have found either P, we have PT, we have found PT, and we have found TR. We have found PT and TR. So we can easily say that because we have TR and PT is from above, so we shall say that we can say that we let PT factor, the ones that we have here, PT factor, to be equal to K, KTR, KTR. If we let it to be that, so that means PT, I know is PT, I have PT from above, and we found it to be 1 over 4, that is a quarter. We found it to be a quarter Q factor, a quarter Q factor minus 3/4 P minus 3/4 P. This is equal to K, equals to K into TR. TR we found it here to be 1 over 12Q into 1 out of 12Q, 1 out of 12Q minus a quarter P, minus a quarter P. So if you found it there, so that you have in the brackets, meaning if I equalize Q and Q, I can be able to get the one with Q and the one with Q. If you open, it will be 1 over 12KQ and a quarter Q. We equalize, we cancel Q, we are able to get K. So I can say that a quarter Q, and even if I use for P, it will give me the same value for K, equals to, a quarter Q equals to 1 over 12, 1 over 12 KQ, meaning that I can cancel Q, so that I remain with K. For us to get K here, it is a quarter divided by 1/12, which is a quarter times the reciprocal. It is a quarter times 12/1 times 12/1. This gives you 4 ones, that is 3. This gives you 3. So that is the value of k. So if that is the value of k, we can easily say that pt factor, it implies that pt factor equals to 3 tr factor, 3tr factor. And this is to show, and therefore we say because there is a common multiple, so that means pt is parallel to the two lines means parallel is parallel to tr, and now that they are parallel, since we say that since in this case t is common point, since t is common, then the 3 points P, T, R are collinear. They are collinear. So you show they are collinear if points are collinear, if they are parallel and if there is a common point. Like I've shown, they are parallel by looking for a common multiple. If you find a common multiple, then that means they are parallel. And if there is a common multiple and there is a common point t in this case, then that means p, t, r are collinear. So that is how we show collinearity. Now we move to our question number 22. We do question number 22. We move to our question number 22. We do our question number 22. Get question number 22. We move to question number 22. The diagram below shows speed time graph for a bus traveling between 2 points, 2 towns, and the bus starts from rest and accelerates uniformly for 50 seconds. It starts from rest and accelerates uniformly for 50 seconds. So that means from here at this point, this is 50. And then it then travels at a constant speed. At this point it was traveling at constant speed. For 150 seconds. So from here to here is 150 plus 50. So that means at this point is 200 seconds. Meaning this is 150 here. Then, and finally decelerates uniformly for 100 seconds. Now this is 100 seconds, so it comes to 300 here. So it took 300 seconds to cover the whole journey. So this is 100 here. This is the deceleration accelerating. Then we are asking that given that the distance between the two towns is 2700, we calculate the maximum speed. If we let the maximum speed here, if we let that speed to be v meters per second, maximum speed in kilometers per hour. First of all, we need to find it in meters per second. So what we do, we know that area under curve, if we are given speed in meters per second, and that is a velocity time graph, area under curve gives you the distance. Area under curve gives you distance. So therefore, The area under the curve, the whole of this thing is a trapezium. This is a trapezium, and the area of a trapezium, we know that now 2,700 meters, 2,700 would be equal to area. It is half AB, that is a half times the height. Height in this case is V in meters per second, into brackets AB, that is half AB times H. So A from here to here is from here to here is 300 into 300 plus from here to here is 150. That is area of a trapezium. That is the formula. So if that is the formula, I need to add this one. So this gives me 2,700 equals to 450 V, 450 V all over 2. So if I multiply by 2 and divide by 450, it gives me V. V is equals to 2,700 times 2 all over 450. If you use your calculator, you'll find your V to be, you'll find your V to be 12 meters per second. It is 12 meters per second. If your V is 12 meters per second, to change from meters per second to kilometers per hour, it is we times that 3,600, because we know 1 hour has 3,600 seconds. So it is 12. That is, if we needed it in kilometers per hour, it is now 12 times 3,600 all over 1,000. We divide by 1,000 because we know that 1 kilometer is 1,000 meters. So all over 1,000, 3.6 times 12, it gives you 43.2 kilometers per hour. So this is what we are asked to find, the kilometers per hour. So you needed to do some good work here for you to score your 4 marks. So that is how you are supposed to do to get the maximum speed attained. That's what you are supposed to do to get the maximum speed attained. After getting the maximum speed attained, now we are asked that we move ahead and do part B. We do part B, whereby we should find the acceleration. Remember, the acceleration is this part. This is where it accelerated from 0 to it was moving at a velocity of from 0 to now 43, which is 12 from here to here. That is when it accelerated, and that is what we are supposed to find, the acceleration. So what we do for us to find the acceleration, let us move so that we get enough space to do the questions. Acceleration. Now I'm supposed to do the acceleration. Now the acceleration here, we know that acceleration is final velocity. That is acceleration equals to final velocity minus initial velocity all over time taken. So our final velocity, we have found it to be 12. Now that we have not been asked to find the acceleration in kilometers, so it is 12 minus meters per second minus initial velocity started from 0 all of the time it took. It was the first 50 seconds. The first 50 seconds, that is the acceleration, so it is 12 over 50, which is 12 over 50 over 50, and this gives you 6 over 25, 6 out of 25 meters per second square, or we can call it in decimal points, it will be 0.24 meters per second square. Meters per second square. Then distance the path traveled during the last 50 seconds. During the last 50 seconds, remember the velocity from this point, from the beginning to that is 12. So at 50, the last 50, it's halfway, because we had 100. That last triangle has 100. So if it has 100 seconds, it has covered it in 100 seconds. So in 50 seconds, we shall have a halfway, which is 6 meters per second. So we use area of that, the last part, and we use 50. So it is distance covered will be area, which is a half now, times a small triangle of that is 6 times 50 times 50 times 50. This is 3, so this gives you 150 meters. That is the last 50 gives you 150 meters. So that is what we asked. The time the path takes to travel the first half of the journey. So when we talk about first half of the journey, distance for first half, distance in this case will be equal to, remember the whole distance is 2,700. So we divide by 2, it will give us the distance for the first half of the journey, which is 1350 meters. That is the first half of the journey. So that means if you look at the diagram, first half of the journey, let us look at it. If you look at this diagram, first half of the journey, we can have a figure like this, because we have the first half of the journey. We can have something like, if we say this is the first half of the journey, so this will be a trapezium. This will be a trapezium, whereby we shall have, if we let this one from here, the time from here to here to be t. I mean, we know that from here to here is 50. We already know from here to here is 50. So plus, if we let this one to be t and this t, so it will be 50 plus t plus t. Times the height now becomes the 12. Times the height comes to the 12, and we know the distance. So that is how we'll do it. That is how we will do it to find the distance in the first half of the journey. First half of the journey. Yes, first half of the journey. So that is how we will do it to get that distance covered in the first half of the journey. So this is the distance. So we are asking to find the time the path takes to travel. So the time that it will take, like I've said, it will be now. So that means that 1350 equals to, now 1350 equals to what we call a half times 12, because that becomes the height, into brackets. Our a is 50 plus 2t, because t plus t, 50 plus 2t. So we shall have 6. So we shall have, this is 300 plus 12t. 300 plus 12t. So we shall have 1350 minus 300. 1350 minus 300 will remain with, so it implies that this is what? This will be 300 plus 12t, which is equal to 1350. You take 300 this other side, so we shall have, subtract 1200, it remains 300, remains that 1050. 1050 equals to 12t. So I need to divide by 12. Divide by 12. Now t becomes 87.5 seconds. 87.5 seconds. Then remember, I need now the whole time, meaning the total time taken now for that. Total is equal to this 87.5 plus 50, the first 50 seconds plus 50, which gives you 137.5. 137.5. So that is the time it took. Seconds. 137.5 seconds. So that is the time it took. Now we move to our next question. Question number 23. Question number 23. Complete the table. Now just use your calculator correctly and fill this. You know how to do it. Like just 2x cubed. 2x cubed, meaning that you cube negative 2, you cube it, you times 2. Negative 2, you cube it, you times 2. Negative 2, you cube it, you times 2, you get negative 16. So this becomes negative 16. And this becomes negative 1, you cube, you get still negative 1 times 2 is negative 2. Then 0 and all that. The next it is filled. Then here you have negative x, so negative of negative 2 is 2 positive. It's 1 positive. Then here we shall have negative 2 because it's negative x. So here we have, now you add negative 54 plus 45 plus 3 plus minus 6, you'll get to be negative 12. You also add this, you get it to be 0. You add this one, you get it to be negative 2. Then finally here you get 28. From there, you draw the graph. From there you draw the graph. Remember your scale. The x-axis is from negative 4 to 2. So you think of that one I do not have a problem. But in the y-axis we have up to negative 50. And for the positive we have up to 28. So if we have such, then you look at your graph so that you are able to know where you can, of course, negative 50 is bigger. So the y, the x line should lie at the top here. so that if I think of having it at this point, then if I use a scale of 10, 10, so that you have 10, 20, 30, so that means at this point it can work. If I use it at this point now, that means it can work. If my x is at this point, assume I will have it here. Then negative 10, negative 20, negative 30, negative 40, negative 50. So it will perfectly work at this if I use that. Then the x now, remember, to the positive is 1. I can use 1, 2, 3 and all that, negative 1 and all. So let me use a line here. I call it y. You draw with a ruler, a straight line. You use your ruler to draw a straight line. Use your ruler to draw a straight line for accuracy purposes. And then you also have a straight line, horizontal straight line. You have an horizontal straight line. This is your x-axis, and this is your y-axis. So if I talk of 10 now, positive, 20, and then 30, negative 10, that is negative 10, negative 10, negative 20, negative 30, negative 40, then negative 50. So that I know that we start with negative 4 is for negative 50. If I talk of here negative 1 now, negative 2, negative 3 here, that is H5, and negative 4. We talk about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have for negative, we start with negative 4, negative 50, negative 4, you move down to negative 50, you draw a star, a mark there, negative 3, negative 12, negative 3 will deal with the negative 12. So negative 3, negative 12, remember how many are these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we are dealing 5, so each contains 2. So negative 12 will be at, this is negative 3, negative 12 will be this 10. 2 of them, 1, 2, will be at this point. So that we also have negative 2, 0. At negative 2, we shall have at 0, y to be 0. And then we also negative 1x and negative 2y. Negative 1x, then negative 2. Negative 2 can be here direct. Then we also have 0, negative 6. At 0, it is negative 6. Negative 6 will be, this is 2, 4, 6 will be here. I wish I used a different color to make those markings. If I used a different color to make the markings now, negative 0, we have said 0 is at negative 6 here, and then we move on. 1 is 0, at 1 is 0, then at 2 is 28. At 2 we now move to 28. This is 22, 24, 26, 28 will be here. No, this this curve will move, make a turning here, move, make another turning, and move upwards. So it shall have 2 turning points. So you draw a smooth curve, and sure you draw a smooth curve, make a turning, make another turning, then sorry, it should be a smooth curve. It is a curve, so you make such a curve. Then from there, after drawing, you get your 4 marks. For having plotted 1 mark, plotting will carry 1 mark. Then we shall have a mark for the curve. If you have used a good scale, it shall have 1 mark. There is a good scale 1 mark, for a curve 1 mark, plotting 1 mark, and then you also get for the axis also 1 mark. So that is you score your 4 marks. Then next question is that the next question is that by drawing a suitable line. So what you do, such a question that by drawing a suitable line, you solve. By drawing a suitable line, you use your graph to solve 2x cubed. You are asked to solve 2x cubed. Remember, we are using this graph, 2x cubed plus 5x squared plus 5x squared plus 5x squared plus x minus 4 plus x minus 4 equals to 0. Remember your original equation. The original equation, we used the original equation, which was 2x cubed. The original equation that we were given was 2x cubed. 2x cubed plus 5x squared plus 5x squared plus minus x minus 6 minus x minus 6. That is y equals to this, equals to y. Equals to y. Equals to y. Now you also you subtract this or add, so that you eliminate all this, you remain with a straight line. So write this equation that you have here, that is 2x. You can have it in as 2x cubed plus 5x squared, that the equation that you need to solve using the equation from the graph, that is plus x minus 4 equals to 0. So for me to get a straight line, if I subtract, this becomes 0 and this becomes 0, and therefore I need to subtract. For me to get y minus 0, it becomes y equals to negative 6 minus 4 is like minus 6 plus 4, which is negative 2. So I already have negative 2. So if I have negative 2, then I need now negative x minus x minus x minus x. It is negative 2x, negative 2x. And now I make a straight line for this one. So to make a straight line here, I have x, I make a small tape xy. So that's small tape xy. And then xy, I can use the intercept at x-intercept or at y-intercept. X is 0. So when x is 0, you substitute here. If x is 0, y becomes negative 2. Y is negative 2. Then if at y is 0, if y is 0, y is 0, then x becomes negative 1. X becomes negative 1. Then for me to have a clear picture, I can add some other values, like I may decide to have 2 for x, and I may decide also to have like negative 2. Like negative 2. I can add some more values, like it gives me negative 6, and this gives me, if I substitute, and this gives me negative 2, give me 2. So I can now draw like 0, negative 2. So I start with the x is 0, then negative 2, that line will be here. No, 0, negative 2, let me use this color. 0, negative 2, 0, negative 2. I will have a point there. Then I also have 0, negative 2, negative 1, 0. Negative 1, 0, I can also have that point there. There is also 2, negative 6, I move 2, then it's negative 6, 2 is negative 6, the line will be around there. Then I also have like negative 2, 2, negative 2, negative 2 is 2 here. So from there I can draw a straight line, use a ruler and draw a straight line and draw a straight line. You realize that the line cuts this curve at one point only. Read the point. This might not give me the exact value. This one, remember this is 1, so each has 0.2, 0.4, 0.6 and all that. So it is almost giving the answer, because the answer is 0.7 plus or minus. So x now, when you have solved there, you found that x equals to 0.7. So it is plus or minus 0.1. It is 0.7. You can read there because this one, so each has 2, 0.2, 0.4. Remember that it gives me 0.6. So it is plus or minus. The answer is 0.7 plus or minus 0.1. So that is the answer. So that's what you're supposed to do. Then the next question is that we also use the graph. This is but C Roman 1. Now C Roman 2. C Roman 2. We are still asked to use the graph, so that we use the graph and solve. We use the graph and solve 2x cubed. 2x cubed. 2x cubed plus 5x squared minus x plus 5x squared plus 5x squared minus x plus 2 minus x plus 2 equals to 0. So we are dealing with the original equation that we have, and our original equation is 2x cubed plus 5x squared plus 5x squared plus x plus x minus 4 it is 2x cubed is our original equation plus 5x squared minus x not plus minus x minus x, then minus 6 minus 6 equals to y. Then we write this equation so that we see whether we subtract or add. So we write that equation. If I write the equation, which is 2x cubed
plus 5x squared minus x then plus 2 equals to 0. Now if I subtract, because this will be 0 and this will be 0, so if I subtract, I get y equals to negative 6 minus 2 is negative 8. I get negative 8. Negative x minus x is like minus x plus, it's like minus x plus x plus x, because minus becomes positive, and minus x plus x is the same as x minus x, which is equal to 0. So the line that I'm supposed to draw is the line y equals to, negative 8, where y is negative 8. So I go to y is negative 8, I draw a line there. Y is negative 8. Negative 8 will be here. So I draw a straight line here. Y is negative 8. And then I see where that line cuts this axis here. It cuts the axis here. So you read the value of x there. So that means the value of x at this point will be negative 2 point. If I move to 2.8, it will be 2.8, negative 2.8, because this 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, then 0.8, that is where. So it is in negative 2.8, x equals to negative 2.8, negative 2.8. So you realize that is where it cuts the x. So that is how you solve the questions on a graph. Graphs core questions are very simple to solve and easier. They are simple and easier to solve. So that is how you do. Then you score your marks like simple as that. So we do the last question. That's question number 24. We do the last question number 24. We do the last question number 24. The last question number 24. We do the last question number 24. Question number 24. It's talking about turning points. Question number 24 talks about turning points. That has been the question. It has been the question since 2016. It has been question number 24 all through in paper 1. So you never know. It might also appear this year, the same number 24 or whichever number. But it is most likely to appear because what happens is that the term turning point is alternated with the term stationary points. So it is either the term stationary point that is used or the term turning point. So question number 24 is our last question, number 24. Question number 24 is our last question. That is the equation the equation of a curve is given by y equals to 6x squared minus 12x minus 18. So from there you are asked that you determine the equation of a tangent to the curve at the point where x equals to 2 in the form ax plus by equals to c. Remember the equation of the tangent at a point where x equals to 2. So first of all, what is that point? We need to find the point. We need to find the point. So first of all, we need to find the point. And the point, to get the point, we need to To get the point, we need to substitute. X is 2, so the point will be what? We need to get the point, and the point will be the equation of a curve is given by that. So the point will be wherever we have y, x, we put 2, so it will be y equals 2, y equals to 6, brackets 2 squared minus 12 times 2 minus 18. If you use your calculator properly, you will find that y is negative 18, and therefore the point is 2, negative 18. At that point, we need to find the equation of the tangent at that point. So we need to know the gradient at that point. Remember, gradient at that point equals to the gradient of the curve. Gradient at the point where x is 2 is equals to the gradient of the curve. So gradient, that is dy over dx, which is gradient dy over dx, will be equal to, we differentiate this equation, it is 2 times that gives you 12. 12, the power reduces by 1, so 12x. Then here the power is 1. Now 1 times 12 is 12, that is minus 12. And the power reduces by 1, 1 minus 1 is 0. So anything raised to power 0 is 1, so it remains 12. So this is the gradient. And at the point x is 2, so that means the gradient dy all over dx, we substitute x with the 2 and get 24 minus 12, which is equal to 12. That is the gradient at this point. So if we know the gradient at this point, remember the gradient of that curve at the point equals to the gradient of the tangent. They are parallel, so equals to the gradient of the tangent, and therefore we are asking the equation of the tangent. So that means we can easily find the equation of the tangent, because we know the gradient is 12 over 1 equals to we let another point x, y to be on the line, on the tangent line. So that means equals to y minus 18 is plus 18 all over x minus 2. So we cross multiply, it gives y plus 18, y plus 18 equals to 12x minus 24. 12x minus 24. So here 12x minus 24. Now we shall have like terms together. So y, do we have the form? Yes. First of all, you can even rearrange in the form first of all, so that we have ax. So ax is what? Remember, it is in the form that you are told. If it is not, you don't get it correct. So ax, we bring, if I bring 24 here, it will be added, and 24 plus 18 gives you 42. So we shall have 12x, then minus y. It will be 12x minus y. It will be 12x minus y equals to 42. 12x minus y equals to 42. 12x minus y equals to 42. So we shall have 12, because this 12x, then we take y, the other side is minus y equals to 42. 12x minus y equals to 42. That is in the form that we have been asked to write. This is the form, and this is the answer. So that is how we calculate the equation of the tangent. The equation of the tangent equals to the equation of a curve at a given point, because they are parallel. Now, we talk about the turning point, how to find the turning point. We've calculated the turning point and classify that turning point. That means classifying is saying whether it is a maximum or a minimum. Classifying is saying whether it's a maximum or a minimum. So what you do in that case, that you classify the turning point and say whether it's a maximum or a minimum. The turning point. We know that at turning point dy over dx equals to 0. At turning point dy over dx equals to 0. So we know that dy over dx will be equal to 0. So that means that dy over dx is our dy over dx, we found it to be 12. It implies that 12x minus 12 equals to 0. 12x minus 12 equals to 0. So from there, meaning that 12x equals to 12. 12x equals to 12. So that means that x is equals to divided by 12. So x equals to 1. So if you have x equals to 1, when x is equals to 1, we find what y is. When x equals to 1, so that means we use the original equation to find what y is. Equals to 1, then this 1, then y equals 2. You substitute in the original equation, that is 6 1 squared minus 12 times 1 minus 12 times 1 minus 18 minus 18. So y becomes, which is equal to negative 24. So the turning point is 1, negative 24. So that is the turning point. So the first thing was to find the turning point. Then from there, you classify that turning point. Remember, we said that to classify whether it's maximum, minimum, or a point of inflection, we can use the second differential. But if you differentiate this the second time, you get just a whole number 12. Remember, a whole number 12, you cannot be able to substitute the dy over dx. So you'll have a challenge in doing that. So we better use the first differential method. First differential method, whereby we draw a table. Remember, dy over dx, we have found that x is 1. So now that we have found that x is 1 here, so we shall have a table with value of x, and then we also have dy all over dx. In this case, we have only 1 point proving. Then we have the nature here. So we have the nature. So if this is your table, x, remember, we have value of x is 1. Then to the left, we can talk about 0. And then to the right, we can talk about 2. Then when it is 0, if x is 0, dy over dx will be what? If x is 0, dy over dx will be negative 12. Dy over dx will be negative 12 because this is dy over dx. So it will be negative 12, so this is negative. If it is 1, then 1 times 12 is 12, 12 minus 12 is 0. So when it's 1, it is 0. And when it is 2, it is 24 minus 12, which is positive 12. So it is positive. So if it is positive, then that means we can define the nature. The nature, negative, we said a line should be moving that way. Then at 0 it is moving this way. Then positive moves that way. So meaning this one is a minimum point. Minimum point. So being a minimum point, meaning that point 1, therefore point 1, negative 24, 1, negative 24 is a minimum point. Is a minimum. Is a minimum. It's a minimum point. This is a minimum point. So that's how you show the nature. That's how you show the nature. That's how you show the nature. So the nature of the points is a minimum point. Then the next question is that we have understood it's a minimum point. Next is the next question is that we now the next question we need to find the x and y intercept. We know that at x-intercept, at x-intercept, y equals to 0. So that means if I substitute at x-intercept, if I substitute in my original equation y with 0, it will be 6x. It will be 6x squared. 6x squared minus 12x then minus 18 equals to 0. This is a quadratic equation. I can use formula method. X will be equal to negative p, that's minus b. So minus 12 becomes 12 positive, plus or minus square root, plus or minus square root of b squared is 144, minus 4ac, minus 4 times a is 6, then times, remember it's minus, then times negative 18, it will be minus, so this must be positive because of this negative. So plus 4 times 6, which is 24 times 18, gives you 432, plus 432 gives you 432, then all over 2a, 2 times 6, which is 12. So meaning that x, it is 12 equals to 12 plus or minus, that is the square root of 432 plus 144, you get, that is 6, 5, 565, that is the square root is 24, square root of that is 24, because 144, if you add 144 plus the 432, you get, this is 6, 7, 5, so in the 6, square root of 5, 7, 6 is 24, so 24 all over 12. So meaning If I had gives 36 over 12, x is equals to 3, x equals to 3, or x equals to negative 12, which is negative 1. So, meaning that we can have the points. So the x-intercept is meaning the value of y is 0, so the point are what? So we have 2 points here, 2 points. That is x3, 0.30, and another point, negative 1, 0. That is where it cuts, the curve will cut the x-axis. It will cut the x-axis at 2 points. And the y-intercept, at y-intercept x is 0. So y-intercept x is 0. So y-intercept, we know that x is 0. So in the equation, if I substitute x with 0, then we shall remain with the negative, y equals to negative 18. So y will be equal to negative 18, meaning it will be 0.0, negative 18. That's the point. That is the point. So from there, you sketch the graph. Remember, you are sketching does not mean it must, but it must be accurate, because you must show the turning points and the points of intersections. So what you do, if that is your, okay, let me have a good sketch. Let me utilize the space well. Assume we have here, I have y-axis there. Remember, I'm talking about points. We have point negative 1. We have point x3. So I can have 1 somewhere here, and 2 here. And then, remember the y I have up to negative 18. Negative 18. And I also had another point, that is the turning point, was at, turning point was, remember the turning point, you need to know the turning point, turning was, the turning point was, we found it to be 1, negative 24. We found it to be 1, negative 24. 1, negative 24. So that means I need to know all these points. These points, need to know this, I need to know this, and this one, because I use them. So I start with, I know at the longest here, it will be negative 24. That is my y. I know there is a negative 18 somewhere, negative 18. Then I know there is a 1. Good, now I have all the points. If I have all the points, I start with, I can start with 1 and negative 24. 1 and negative 24. I can have a sketch there. Then I also have a point like 0, negative 18, 0, negative 18, there is a point here. I also have a point like 3, 0, a point here. Also negative 1 and 0, I also have a point here. So it means that there is a curve that is turning at this point. The curve is turning at this point, and go, sorry. There is that curve. There is this curve. A curve that turns at this point. Good. So that is how you sketch the curve. Because you sketch showing the turning point and the intercepts, the y-intercept, the x-intercept, and the y-intercept. It intercepts y here and turns at that point. So that is, you have sketched the curve. So that is how you sketch the curve, and then you score your 2 marks there for sketching the curve. So that is all you needed to do in this paper. Take it serious and revise on the topics that I've covered in this question. I shall have a paper 2 predictor question, and ensure to subscribe into my channel so that you'll be able to get all questions that I post. All questions that I post, you are able to get them and follow keenly. These are good questions. You can revise more on the same topics that I've predicted, so that you be at a better